Hello everyone, I know you are going to use this video for falling asleep, so before that, like this video, subscribe to the channel and let me know where you are from, also what time is it. I didn't plan to ring the silver bell, or to pull that red door closed behind me, or to learn why the lighthouse never casts a beam toward the drowning fields. I didn't plan to find the ledger of stolen names, the jar of moths breathing like a single lung, the wire that whispers when the wind is dead, the thing under the chapel floor that counts to 3 before it knocks back. But I can tell you where it began, with a blackout, a promise I broke, and a voice on the radio that spoke in my mother's exact tone, even though she drowned 14 years ago. If you've ever woken to the feeling that someone is standing at the foot of your bed, if you've ever tasted iron and known deep down that it isn't blood, if you've ever pressed your tongue against a nail to keep from screaming, then you already know the shape of the road I walked, though you don't yet know the toll. Listen, and don't ask why the windows reflect only what stands behind you. The power died just after midnight, a clean snap like a neck in the walls, and the apartment fell into a hush that seemed poured rather than pressed. I was awake already, sweaty and sour with the kind of worry that glows without source. The city outside had the strange hush of a stage when the curtain is still down. No horns, no sirens, only distant tires hissing on water. I reached for my phone, dead black mirror. I tried the lamp switch, nothing. The old radio on my dresser, the one I bought at the estate sale, because I liked its square smile, kept on whispering to itself. That should have bothered me more than the darkness, but my brain kept sliding off it like a hand on oiled glass. I pulled the blanket aside and sat up, the floor cold and faintly damp as if the room were sweating, and the sound from the radio sharpened the way a shadow does when the moon sails from behind a cloud. "Eli," the voice said, and every muscle in me folded like paper. No static, no warmth. Just that single syllable in the same worn cadence my mother used when she knocked on my door during storms. I hadn't heard that exact tone since the river took her, and hearing it now, bodiless, calm, knotted with old love, made the air feel crowded. "Eli," it said again, as if from the other side of the dresser drawer, where the shirts lay folded, where lint made slow snow. "Are you awake?" I wanted to say no. I wanted to stay still and let the voice do all the moving. The fear wasn't sharp, it was syrup. Thick, slow, everything sticking. But my mouth opened and said, yes, and once it started it had the bright, headlong motion of something rolling downhill. "How are you talking?" I asked the wood and the dark and the radio's square grin. The radio answered as if it had turned its face toward me. "You left the door open, baby," it said. "Not the front door. The other one. I'd locked the front door twice, bolted it, slid the chain. Propped a chair under the knob out of habit learned during rough roommates and rougher neighborhoods. I knew what my mother meant, though, and I hated that I did. Some doors you don't close with anything you can hold in your hands. I had promised myself, after the river, after the searchers pulled up wet weeds, and a scrap of red scarf, but not the body, that I would never again step into a room that asked to be loved first. And yet here I was, with the blackout pressing its palm against the window, listening to a radio speak with a dead woman's throat, remembering the little chapel on 3rd and Bray, where the floorboards flexed as if they were breathing, where a small handbell hung in a niche beside the altar, silver, old, smudged like a coin, and where Sister Mercy once said in passing, "Never ring it after midnight, not unless you want someone to answer." I didn't open anything, I lied. The radio made a sound like breath through teeth. Then, quietly, don't lie in the dark. It eats the lie and leaves the truth. I stood because I couldn't keep sitting. Sitting felt like being offered. The air tasted like coins, and I thought of that nail I'd found in my jacket pocket last week, the one I couldn't remember putting there. Without planning to, I slid the nail under my tongue now. Cold at first, then not cold at all. The effect was immediate and strange. The room came into sharper shape. The edges of things hardened. And I knew the way you know that pain is about to arrive. That if I took the nail out, the edges would go soft again and something could slip through. Where is the door? I asked. The nail made my speech thick, words rubbed against it. You already know, the radio said in my mother's tired voice. You leaned it against the wall last winter to keep the draft from the window. You painted it red because you thought red meant stop. A pause. Red means hunger here. I wanted to throw the radio. I wanted to drop it out the window and listen for the crack on the sidewalk. But in the blackout, the radio was the only steady thing, the dot in the middle of a spinning disc. The voice softened. Don't panic, it said. You can still close it if you hurry. How? I asked. What door? But the image arrived even as I denied it my storage unit. The one I'd rented after I moved out of the last place. When I still thought moving cured anything, I had stacked boxes of winter coats and a crate of my father's books and, yes, an old door I found behind the rafters of the building's basement, a strange, narrow thing with 4 panels and a keyhole like an eye. The superintendent had said take it if I wanted it. The building was getting new everything. I painted it because I couldn't stand the water brown of it, set it in the unit as a divider, something to lean art against. Once, drunk and limber, I'd set it up on its side and pretended to step through, a theater game for no audience. I had felt ridiculous. I had also felt something like wind from the other side, though the unit had no ventilation. Close it, Eli, the radio said. It's starting. What is? The nail made my tongue numb, but my voice wasn't the one that felt far away. The counting, the radio said. You know how it goes. 1 is the knock in the wall, 2 is the breath under the bed, 3 is. Stop, I said, too loud, and the room struck the word and threw it back at me. I pressed fingers to my eyelids until purple sparks spattered like minnows. If this is you, I said, if this is really you, tell me something that only we would know. Another pause, long enough that I tasted the iron again and thought I'd bitten my tongue. Then the voice said, when you were 7 you found a moth in the blue bowl on the windowsill, and you thought it was dying. I said it wasn't dying. It was remembering how to be something else. You cried anyway. I let it climb onto your thumb. It crawled up to the crease where you chew your nails, and it flapped once and fell, and you said, do you remember what you said? I remembered, God help me. I said it forgot what wings are for, and I said so do we sometimes. The radio hissed. The hiss was almost a sigh. I'm not a ghost. Baby, it added. I'm a mouth. Something else is speaking through me, but it can't say everything it wants to say. It doesn't know our kitchen or how we scraped the burnt rice from the bottom of the pot and called it a snack. It doesn't know the color of your father's silence. It knows only what you hold. It will test the edges of that. Don't give it more. The blackout outside deepened. If such a thing is possible, the dark grew grain. I thought of the storage unit. The red door as thin as a tongue depressor, the space behind it that I had insisted was nothing. I thought of the nail on my tongue and how it had changed the room. I thought of my mother's body never found, the river's hold on her, the way I refused to visit the river even on kind days. Where are you? I asked, not meaning to. In the wire, the radio said, until the counting finishes. How do I stop it? My voice came out small, which angered me. Anger was a better light than any lamp. You can't stop it, the voice said without pity. You can only be elsewhere when 3 comes. The elevator at the end of the hall moaned, in that way old elevators do, half animal, half complaint. Footsteps followed soft and wrong, as if wet felt moving across tile. I grabbed for clothes, for the flashlight I kept in the drawer, for keys. The flashlight coughed up a throbbing glow like a dying heart. The radio kept talking in a voice that no longer sounded like my mother. The vowels were too neat, fitted where they should have slurred. "Don't speak to anyone between here and the storage unit," it said. "If they speak first, pretend not to hear. If they block the stairs, take the other stairwell. Don't ride the elevator. Don't touch the handrail. Don't—" I switched it off. Silence spilled into the room like black water. Then came the knock, single and flat, from inside the closet behind me. One. Not loud. Near. I turned too fast, the flashlight smearing across the door, and in that smear I saw the print of a small hand at knee height, as if someone inside had leaned forward and pressed their palm against the wood. The print faded as I watched, water soaking into thirsty grain. The nail under my tongue grew warm. I didn't breathe again until I wrenched the apartment door open and stepped into the hallway's stale dark. The air outside smelled like old carpet and someone's curry, like steam trapped in a mason jar. On other nights the hall held a steady dull fluorescence, the sort of light that makes skin admit everything it is. Now emergency lamps pulsed every 30 feet, slow and patient, and in between them pooled a black that felt heavier than it had any right to be. I moved toward the stairs because the elevator had already spoken, and because I could hear a soft tuning sound from within the shaft, as if someone were testing a harp with gloves on. I told myself that the other residents were asleep, or gone, or gathered on lower floors threatening lawsuits to the super. I told myself the smell sharper at the stairwell door was bleach and not a thing with a mouth. The stairwell yawned downwards. The flashlight's circle ran down the rail and back like a cat that didn't want to be held. I remembered the radio's warning about the handrail and put my free hand in my pocket. Except it wasn't my pocket. It was a pocket I didn't own, in a jacket I didn't own, and I had the sudden, clean knowledge that something had taken 2 steps up toward me in the dark while I was thinking. It was the kind of knowledge you get from the temperature of a room, from the place where your spine meets your skull. I didn't shine the light down. I didn't need to see. Seeing can make you slower. I backed through the door and took the other stairs, the ones near the laundry rooms, the ones that smelled of damp lint and warm iron. On the 3rd floor landing, someone had chalked a hopscotch grid, messily, in a looping hand I knew. 8 squares. The 8th had a drawing of a bell, quick and clumsy, with a little line for the clapper. I couldn't not see it. When I stepped around the grid. I wanted to step on the bell square and grind it with my heel, child mean. I didn't. The blackout had the sort of rules you don't learn by breaking, only by surviving. By the time I reached the lobby, I was trembling so hard the flashlight's beam shivered like cold water. The front desk lamp was dark. The bulletin board full of lost cats and language tutors seemed to vibrate. Outside the glass doors, the street was a lake of darkness. The stoplight dead, even the moon apparently paused elsewhere. There were shapes on the sidewalk that should have been trash bags or slumped bodies, sleeping off their sadness. But even from inside I could tell they weren't bodies. They were too long in the wrong places. They had the wrong slope of shoulder. I watched one shift and realized, with the slow dread of a stone sinking, that they were turned toward the building, not away from it. "Sir," a voice said softly to my left. The front desk clerk, a young man with a thin beard and anxious hands, stood in the doorway of the back office with a candle cradled in a glass, its flame a small echo of a heartbeat. He had tears on his face the way some men always do, just enough to border their eyes and never fall. "Sir, are you going outside?" I remembered the radio's order not to speak to anyone who spoke first. But his voice trembled with something I recognized. Fear makes a sound heavier than grief or rage or lust. I glanced at him and nodded. That seemed safe enough. He held the candle closer, and I saw that what I took for tears was a sheen. His skin was damp all over, as if he had run a mile. He half smiled. "Be careful," he whispered. and leaned closer as if to share a secret. His breath smelled like river water turned sweet by rot. "If you see your name," he said, "pretend you don't." I nodded again and pressed the bar on the door. The glass hummed against my palm. The street met me like an old ache. It had rained earlier. The city carried a bright mineral scent, the way a cave might after a storm. The long wrong shapes on the sidewalk eased back, not fast, not slow. Their attention like a hand, sliding down a stair rail without ever quite touching. I had the urge to run. I didn't. Running in that kind of night is an advertisement. My storage unit was 6 blocks east and 1 block north, past the bus depot and the shoemaker's window with the wooden foot that never wore anything new. I walked as if my bones were wrapped in paper. The blackout made the city sound larger, more rooms than I remembered, and somewhere, far off, someone was ringing a bell with urgency, its note thin and insistent, a metal insect trapped in a jar. I realized I had left the radio on the dresser, still mute, and felt both relieved and bereft. The nail under my tongue had warmed to body temperature. It fit there as if my mouth had been made around it. On the second block, I passed a store with metal shutters drawn. A paper stuck to the shutter rippled though no wind moved. The paper had lines like ruled school sheets and words, and at first I refused to read. Then my eyes flicked because trader eyes do. My name sat in the top line, first and middle and last, written in a slow, careful hand that wasn't mine but knew me. Under it, smaller, a phrase "Ratuar or Hatwayutar. I closed my eyes, opened them, and the paper was blank. The rippling stopped. The city breathed in a little. I walked faster, and when the whispering began, I told myself it was trees. Trees that weren't there. At the corner near the depot, a bus stood hunched. Its lights black, its doors open like a mouth trying to speak with a coin under its tongue. Inside, shapes sat where commuters should sit, but none were the size of a person. They were sacks or heads or bundles of rags. I didn't step close enough to test it. On the wide schedule board, famous for never being right, the letters shuffled, settled, spelled my name again, and beneath it, T-S-R-E-E. I could feel time reach around my rib cage like arms from behind, gentle but sure. I cut north. The storage facility's gate sagged half open. A single emergency light inside buzzed like a housefly praying. Metal doors lined the hallway like teeth in a jaw too long for any face. My unit was 31B, which had always amused me, because the hallway felt more like a throat than a street. My key trembled in my hand. As I raised it, a voice behind me said, very polite, "Excuse me." I had played out a dozen ways this night might demand things from me, all of which involved running or hiding or speaking bargains. None of them included courtesy. I turned before I could stop myself. A woman stood 3 doors down, hands neatly folded at her waist, her coat buttoned to the throat. Black hair, white face. Not a cliché. Not the story you're thinking. Her cheeks were chapped by wind or grief, a pair of raw parentheses. Her eyes were bland and brown and unbearably kind, which terrified me more than teeth would have. In one hand she carried a paper bag, damp at the bottom. In the other she held a metal tray the size of a compact mirror. On the tray lay a silver bell. "Do you work here?" she asked, as if this were the most natural thing in the world to ask in a power outage, in a city where the night felt pressurized. "I brought this back. I borrowed it to wake my husband." She tilted her head, looking past me at my unit door, at the number, at my knuckles going numb around the key. "He wouldn't wake up," she added, and her voice did something I have never heard a voice do. It fell without dropping. "He was wet," she said. Not the way sleepers sweat. Wet like he'd been somewhere he couldn't have been. I didn't answer. The radio's warning beat in my throat like a second pulse. I slipped the key into the lock, turned, felt the bar raise. The door stuttered as I rolled it up, metal teeth complained, and the sound multiplied itself down the corridor until it sounded like a dozen doors rolling at once in answer. Inside, stacked boxes. a fan I kept meaning to throw out, a crate of my father's books with their damp leather flayed, and the door, red as if the paint had never dried, glossy where the flashlight licked it. It leaned against the far wall exactly where I had left it, except I had not left it with the knob on the left. I had left it with the knob on the right. I knew that with the same solid knowledge with which you know the location of your own molars. The switch unsettled me more than if it had fallen flat. It suggested not movement but deciding. Behind me, the woman cleared her throat, a tiny sound. My husband made a list in case I had to ring this, she said conversationally. He said if he fell asleep with the window open, and the night climbed in before it meant to, I should ring once. Then again. She held up the tray, showing me the bell's slim stem, the soft dent on one side of the flare where time had kissed it. 3 times, she said. I told him that seemed like too many. Her eyes found mine. Something passed behind them. Only a fool keeps ringing after the first answer, she added mildly. Don't you think? Please go, I said. I can't talk. The nail made the words thick, almost childish. It didn't matter. The woman nodded as if I had given correct directions and turned away, walking soft as a nurse toward the yawning corridor. I faced the red door. It faced me. The paint had a hairline crack running across one panel, as if from heat, and I realized the door was warmer than the air. The warmth had a pulse. I set the flashlight on a box so the beam struck at an angle. I didn't want to shine it full into whatever might choose to stare back. Then I took a step forward. Close it, I told myself. Don't think. Close it. But before I could reach it, I saw the keyhole. I had never noticed its shape, not exactly. Most keyholes are fat and humble, round above, narrow below. This one was a slender eye that reminded me, God forgive the comparison, of a fish's mouth breathing in still water. I had the absurd thought that if I put my ear to it, I would hear the sea. The urge was so strong I nearly did it. Instead, I leaned just enough to angle my breathing toward it and said, I am not ring. The word died. Saying that word felt like cutting my own hair in the dark. From behind the door came a sound I can only describe by saying it was the sound of someone learning to count out loud for the first time, with love and relish, tasting each number. Not a child, not an adult, something that knew numbers as flavors. 1, it said, with a joy that made my stomach clench. Then, slower 2. I pressed my palm flat to the door. Heat kissed my skin. The panels throbbed, or maybe that was my hand. I gripped the edge with my other hand, the wood's grain finding my sweat, and pulled. The door did not move the way a door moves. It slid not along hinges, but along a decision, as if it had been waiting for my hands to choose, and now chose with me. The gap between its edge and the wall widened the way a grin widens on a mean face. No light came from the space beyond, no cold, only a smell of long-standing damp, so old it had no memory of rain, and the sense, not seen, not heard, of something sitting very near, as if on a stool, exactly where a person would sit if they were waiting to have their portrait drawn. Waiting still, but smiling. I had the dizzy thought that, if I let go of the door and stepped backward, the red would lean by itself, and the gap would hold steady, still grinning, and neither of us would move until morning, at which point there might be no morning, only this. Return what you took, the paper had said. I had taken my mother's radio from the estate sale, yes, but the line had felt older than that, aimed deeper. I had taken, when I was 7, the moth from the blue bowl. I had taken, when I was 19, the letter my father wrote and never mailed and thrown it into the river, thinking to save him from saying what he could not bear to say. I had taken, last winter, this door. I had taken even the promise I'd made to myself and worn it like a coat, and then shed it when spring came. The counting behind the door tasted its 3rd number like a candy held too long in the mouth and whispered, almost too soft to hear, 3. The whole building seemed to lean. The flashlight slipped from its box perch and rolled. beam skittering across the floor to land directly on the red paint, which gleamed like a tongue under a butcher's light. In that quick slice of brightness, I saw the faintest marks, scratches, almost letters, scored just above the knob. Not English, not even an alphabet, but they were in pairs, and next to one pair was something that could only be a tally, not a count up, a countdown. A stubby mark crossed out, 3 fresh lines etched beside it. I understood nothing and everything. The door had been rung like a bell. The door had answered. It would answer again. I had a heartbeat of time. I shoved the door. It shoved back. Not with force, but with the absolute patient strength of something refusing to be rushed. I put my shoulder to it, as if I were pushing against a refrigerator on a rug. The warmth seeped into my shirt, an intimacy I hated. The nail under my tongue burned. I pushed harder, and somewhere behind it a stool scraped a floor, and a laughter that wasn't laughter rose like a bubble and did not pop. Close, I said, a prayer without theology. Close, close, close. The door moved an inch. Then another. I pressed until my muscles shook and my vision speckled with fireflies. I thought of the woman and her bell. I thought of the clerk and his sheen. I thought of the radio promising that 3 meant something finished, and then realizing, too late, that what finished might not be the counting. It might be me. It might be the city. The gap narrowed to the width of my palm. Then my fingers slipped, sweat, blood, both. The door yawed open half an inch. Through that slit of dark came a smell, like wet hair left too long in a sink, and a whisper that formed my name backward, the syllables chewing on themselves like animals caught in their own traps. I nearly ran. Instead, I did the only reckless thing that felt like an act instead of a flight. I lifted my head and bit down on the nail until I tasted rust and old rain, and my jaw sent a pain song into my ear. The burn sharpened my arms, and I lunged, slamming shoulder and side against the wood, knowing even as I did that the door could learn me, could inherit the shape of me, could remake itself around the force of me, so that I became part of the closure, a hinge that would never need oil again. The thought was slick and slid right off the parts of my brain that wanted living. I shoved. The door went shut. Not the slam a person makes. The quiet click that a mouth makes when it has finished saying everything it will ever say. For a second I stood with my forehead on the red paint, breathing as if I had been underwater, and now, finally, was on a shore that didn't yet know me. Then something behind the door tapped once, the most polite knock I have ever heard. Not asking entry, acknowledging, I stepped back. The tally marks above the knob seemed a hair different, but I couldn't say how. The flashlight sizzled and died, whether from heat or horror I couldn't tell. The hallway hummed with distant electricity. The blackout was still a shape in the city's mouth. I locked the storage unit because I am a person who locks what he can. The key felt hot because everything felt hot. When I stepped into the corridor, the woman stood at the far end as if she had been waiting without moving. Her hands were empty now. The tray and the bell were gone. She tilted her head the other way, like a fox deciding if the trap is baited enough. "Thank you," she said. "For what?" I asked, before I could stop myself. "For resisting the urge to ring," she said, and smiled with only the top half of her face. "Few do." She lifted a hand, not in farewell, more like a neat correction, as if she were shelving me. "Go home," she added. "Don't answer the phone. If it rings, let it count without you." "I don't have a phone," I said, which was true tonight and not true always. "Good," she said. "Then it won't be yours." She turned and walked into the dark as if it held her name in a pocket and would return it at the door. I stood a moment, let my breath learn its old length, and then I walked out past the sagging gate into the open street. The night felt slightly thinner, as if the city had taken a careful sip of something and decided to keep living. The wrong shapes on the sidewalk had arranged themselves into a shadow I could ignore. The bus at the depot had moved, or had never been, where I thought. Above me the clouds opened just enough to show a nail, hole of moon. I began the long walk home without looking, without lifting my eyes more than a foot in front of me, because see is not the same as invite. Halfway back, a payphone near the shoemaker's window began to ring. I didn't know the thing still worked. It rang with an old-fashioned bell tone, bright and cheerful, absolutely clean. No one else was on the street. I walked past, and it rang. I reached the corner, and it rang. I told myself the woman had said not to answer, and that she had said also, don't speak to the ones who speak first. I told myself there are instructions, and surviving is sometimes nothing more than not failing any. Then the payphone rang again, and my mother's voice, exact, not even a shard off, said, Eli, please. And the muscle memory of answering her overwhelmed every new rule I had invented in the last hour. I turned, took 3 steps toward the booth, and stopped because in the glass, in my own reflection, there was something written across my chest in white grease pencil, REURNO_YOU2OK. I stood there with the wind holding its breath in my hair, counting the rings, knowing without knowing that they would stop at 7, and that if I broke, before 7 I would shame her, shame the river, shame the door, shame the mouth that forgot. I let the phone ring until it didn't. Then I walked on. In the apartment lobby, the clerk was gone. The candle sat on the desk, a pool of wax spreading like a map of a country with no border patrol. Behind the desk, the corkboard now held one single paper pinned dead center with a brass tack. The tack's head winked in the light like an eye. The paper held a list of names. I told myself not to read, but I had already read before my eyes understood what they were reading. There were names I knew from our mailboxes, and names I didn't, and one long scratched, outline labeled MARCY, and far below, near the bottom, my name again. Beside it a new note had been added, as if by a different Hansel Rosa Defo Nando. Back in my apartment, the radio lay as I left it. I didn't switch it on. I set it gently on the floor and covered it with a towel, the way you cover mirrors during storms. I rinsed my mouth at the sink without taking out the nail, then, only then, slid it free and set it on the counter, where it lay like a small bone. The roar of the blackout was quieter. The city's heart had settled into a rhythm that could be slept through. I lay on the bed, shoes on, door locked, chair under knob, chain bolt. I stared at the ceiling and counted the tiny crater marks in the paint, because counting is how some people keep from drowning. I got to 6 and stopped because 6 felt like a cliff. I let my eyes close. My body fell into the sleep we call mercy when we have not earned it. At 3:03, I woke to someone knocking inside the closet again, one knock. A steady pause, like someone at a lectern taking a breath. Then a second. I swung my legs down, quiet as a thief in his own kitchen. The third didn't come, and its absence pressed against the room like a forehead against glass. I sat there breathing, expecting the closet door to open, expecting a hand, a mouth, a bell. The knob didn't turn. The door didn't move. The only sound was the mild spread of wax cooling on the floor below the dresser. I should end here, with the night returning to itself and the city a little less hungry and the red door closed and my name written beside Silo Sidao. Far. No. But to end here would be to pretend that locks hold better than they do, and that the mouth behind the red door doesn't know more than it said. Morning came pretending to be a blessing. The sun rose without meaning to. I made coffee on the camping stove I keep for storms, and I thought of the ledger of stolen names, of the field that looks dry until it swallows, of the lighthouse I have not yet gone to see because it stands on land and refuses to turn toward what needs it. I thought of promises, and how every promise wears down to a key. I thought of the paper on the shutter, and the phone that rang to 7 and stopped, and the way 3 is sometimes a door, and sometimes a countdown, and sometimes a feast day for things that never had bones. And I kept thinking, because the thinking wouldn't stop if I didn't ring the bell. Who did? If I closed the door, who opened it last? If the list says Silos da For, then W, who writes for now in a hand that isn't mine. The moths in the jar at the thrift store down the block moved, as one when I walked by later that day. They pulsed like a slow heart. And that night, as the city breathed with the lights back on, and traffic returned, and someone laughed in the stairwell in the human way that makes you love them for a second, the radio, switched off, covered, let out a single sound not from any station I've ever known. It was the sound of a stool scraping behind a closed door, then the faintest, politest knock. Not one, not two, 7. There's a weight to silence that doesn't come from the absence of sound. It comes from what's waiting underneath it. The day after the third knock, I walked around my apartment as if the floorboards were listening, which they might have been. The city had returned to its regular mask, horns wailing down intersections, shoes clapping on pavement, windows humming with radios and TVs, and late night arguments. And yet, everything felt off by exactly half a second. The sounds came when they should, but they didn't land right. They echoed in the wrong directions. It was like the world had been copied hastily, and I was walking through a draft version. The air still had the tang of copper in it. People still looked over their shoulders before speaking, even in daylight. I passed 3 strangers on the street who all touched their left shoulder at the same time and kept walking, and none of them acknowledged each other. I saw a woman sweeping her stoop backwards, pushing dust and twigs into her front door instead of away from it. But none of that bothered me as much as the fact that the tally on the red door had changed again. I hadn't gone back. Not physically. But I'd seen it. In a dream, if you want to call it that. I was back in the storage unit hallway. The door stood in front of me, but this time it wasn't leaning against the wall. It was upright. Installed. Part of a frame that hadn't been there before. The number 31B was etched directly into the wood above it, like the door had grown into the unit instead of being placed there. In the dream, I saw my name carved into the doorframe in block letters, precise and clean, and below it closed. Awaiting collection. I bent closer in the dream to read the words, and I saw the tally marks again. Now 5 strokes, not 3. 1 crossed out. 4 fresh. I remember thinking someone else rang the bell. I woke up with dirt under my fingernails and blood on my pillow. Not a lot. Just a smear. Like I'd been chewing on a cut. The nail wasn't under my tongue anymore. I found it sitting on the windowsill, placed perfectly between the 2 blue bowls that used to hold fruit. The bowls were empty now, except for a single moth curled in the bottom of one. Not dead. Breathing. I didn't go to work. I didn't call anyone. Who would I call? There's no department for my dreams or keeping score, or my mother is speaking from a haunted appliance. So instead, I did something worse. I went back to the chapel on 3rd and Bray. It hadn't changed much from the outside. Still that weird burnt ash brick, still the leaning iron cross welded above the doorway, still the 2 stained glass windows that never caught the sun just right. But the door was different, newer. Painted a flat gray, probably to keep out graffiti, though it already had smudges around the knob. The kind of marks that come from many people opening it with hands that didn't want to be remembered. Inside, it was colder than outside, which didn't make sense. The place had no electricity anymore, no running water, no roof in the far back. But the chill clung to the floor, and the pews like someone had exhaled 100 prayers, and none had been answered. Dust lined everything in the heavy way of abandonment. But not everything was abandoned. The altar was clean. Recently, I saw the sweep marks in the dust, lines brushed carefully aside. Someone had wiped it down with purpose. In the niche to the left, just as I remembered, the silver bell still hung. It looked like nothing special, just a bell. No glimmer, no engravings. But my stomach turned at the sight of it. It was the exact shape of the one in the woman's hand. And when I stepped closer, I saw what I wasn't supposed to, a small strip of paper curled beneath the bell's bracket, as if someone had tucked it there to hide it from light. I didn't want to touch it. My fingers moved on their own. The paper was yellowed and creased, the kind of parchment that tears if you even breathe too hard. On it, in faded black ink, was a list of names. 58 of them. All first and last. Most I didn't recognize. But a few stopped my breath. Names I'd seen on the corkboard in my lobby. People who lived in my building. People who hadn't shown up for package pickups in weeks. People I thought had moved out. Near the bottom of the list was a name I hadn't heard since I was 12. Rosa Bellamy. She had gone missing in 6th grade. One day, just gone. No news stories. No alerts. No rumors that reached my ears. Just a desk left empty, a teacher who looked paler than usual, and the replacement of her name with someone new 2 weeks later, like she'd never existed. The sight of her name jolted something in me. I touched it, gently, just once, and the paper twitched. I dropped it instantly. It floated down onto the altar, curling like it was shy. I stepped back. The chapel felt tighter now, like the walls were breathing inward. Then I heard it again, so soft it almost didn't register. A scraping sound. I turned, expecting a rat, a branch against the broken back window, anything normal. But the pews were empty. The door hadn't moved. The scraping repeated, this time from under the floorboards. Slow. Careful. Like someone dragging a nail across the underside of the wood, spelling something they couldn't say aloud. That's when I saw it. Beneath the altar, just past the stone lip, a trapdoor. It had always been there. Sister Mercy once joked that it led to the records room, where sins go to sleep, but it had been nailed shut for as long as I could remember. Now, the nails were gone, and the edges were dark with smudge marks, as if someone, or many someones, had been touching it, lifting it, peeking inside. I backed out of the chapel. I didn't run. Running would have made noise. Noise draws attention, and I wasn't convinced I was alone anymore. Not in there, not in the city, not in my skin. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat up with every light on, and still the corners of the room felt heavier than they should. At 2:14 a.m., the radio clicked on by itself. Not suddenly. No static. No pop. Just a clean click like someone had turned a dial with patience. My mother's voice didn't come this time. Instead, a different voice spoke, a man's voice. Too calm, too pleasant. "Hello, Eli," it said. "We see you found the ledger." I couldn't speak. Most don't. They hear the bells. They wake to the knocks, but they never look where the names go. You looked. That makes you interesting. I whispered, "What do you want?" It chuckled. Not with joy, with amusement. The way someone laughs at a joke only they understand. You opened the door, Eli, and you didn't ring. That was smart. But the thing is, something still heard, something still came, and it left a little crack. Just enough, just wide enough, just open enough. I tried to unplug the radio. The cord was already out. It was never plugged in. The tally on the red door changed because something went through. The ledger is being updated. And do you know what happens when the list is full? I didn't answer. I couldn't. It folds, the voice said with pleasure. The list folds into the next one. It's like a chain. Ely. Every chain needs a final link before it wraps around the neck. I tried to throw the radio across the room. My hands didn't move. Not even a tremble. I was stuck. Trapped in my own body like a puppet waiting for a string to jerk. The voice continued. "But you're lucky," it said. "You're on the first page of the next list, and you have time. A little. Not much. But enough. Unless, of course, someone rings the bell again. Then all bets are off." The radio clicked off. My body moved again. My hands shook. My breath came in sharp, cutting little gulps. I stumbled to the window. The city outside looked the same. To the same. Not a single car on the road. Not a single person on the sidewalk. The street lamps flickered at perfect intervals, each one exactly 3 seconds apart, like a synchronized signal to someone above. or below. I stared into the sky. No stars, no moon, just a dull gray, black dome that pressed down like a lid. And in that sky, for the briefest second, I saw something impossible, a bell, floating huge, turning slowly. Its clapper moved once, but there was no sound. Not yet. I didn't sleep the night the bell appeared in the sky. How could I? Every second my eyelids drifted shut. I saw it swinging soundlessly above the city, casting a shadow that didn't fall on buildings or streets, but on me. The shape of it lingered, burned behind my eyes like an afterimage from a camera flash. But this wasn't light. It was something worse. The kind of imprint that doesn't leave the skin. It digs deeper, like a brand into thought. I watched the window all night, hoping to see it again, praying that I wouldn't. By morning, the world had resumed its costume. Dogs barked, radios hummed, buses groaned along their tracks. The people outside blinked in the sunlight like it was just another Tuesday. But something was wrong. Not just with the city. With me. The moth was still in the bowl, but now there were two. Both perfectly still, wings fanned open, as if caught mid-thought. I hadn't opened a window. I hadn't left the door unlocked. But there they sat, delicate, breathing in unison like twin lungs. I didn't touch them. I didn't dare. I just placed the glass cover over the bowl and turned away. There's a point where disbelief doesn't protect you anymore. It just makes you reckless. And I was dangerously close to that point. I kept thinking about the voice on the radio. The way it said I was the first name on the new list. Like I was a fresh page in a very old book. Like the list wasn't just a record, it was a blueprint. And now I was the foundation, the keystone, the test case. If someone else rang the bell again, the voice said, all bets are off. That meant it wasn't over. That meant someone else might, or already had. Which raised one question louder than all the rest. How many bells are there? I didn't have any proof that the bell I saw in the sky was even the same kind from the chapel. But something in my gut said it was. Not a copy, not a symbol. The original. The first bell, the one all others mimicked, and now I had seen it. That meant it had seen me too. So I went back to where the trouble began. Not the chapel. Not the storage unit. My building. The clerk wasn't at the front desk when I entered, which was strange in itself. He usually lived down there, surrounded by snacks and glowing screens, like a priest in a confessional made of wood. Instead, the lobby was dead quiet. The security camera above the mailboxes clicked every 6 seconds, as if it were trying to stay awake. The corkboard behind the desk was still bare, except for the same single sheet of paper with the names listed in 2 neat columns. My name was still near the bottom. Still with that note beside it, Silos Dior Nondo. I stepped closer. The name beneath mine hadn't been there before. Simone Avery. I didn't know her, not by memory, but something about the name sent a cold tap, tap, tap down my spine. I tried to place it, but it was like trying to remember a dream through running water. I could feel the shape of it, but not the details. Then I heard the elevator ding. I turned on instinct. The doors slid open, slow and smooth. Inside, nothing. No light. Just darkness that seemed to lean out like a tongue tasting the air. The panel inside glowed faintly. The floor button lit up 7. 7th floor. Nobody I knew lived on 7. That floor was always dark, always quiet. Like a place the building had forgotten it had. I remember trying to deliver a misdirected package up there once, only to find that the hallway smelled like damp wood and mold. I never made it to the door. Something about the way the carpet swallowed sound made me leave before I even knocked. But now, something was calling me there. I stepped into the elevator without deciding to. My hand reached for the door, close button, and just before the doors slid shut, I saw the glass bowl from my apartment reflected in the mirror behind me. Now with 3 moths inside, the doors sealed. The descent began, except I wasn't descending. The number blinked on the display 123, but my stomach didn't lurch the way it should have. My ears didn't pop. It was like the building was lying about movement, or like I was moving in a direction that elevators don't usually go. Not up, not down, elsewhere. When the doors opened, it wasn't the 7th floor I knew. The hall was longer, much longer, wider too. Like the proportions had been stretched by a child drawing a hallway they'd never seen. The wallpaper peeled upward instead of down, as if gravity had been rewritten. The bulbs in the ceiling flickered in rhythm. 2 blinks, pause, 3 blinks. A pattern I didn't want to decode. And far down the hallway, where the last door should have been, someone had placed a bell. Just like the chapel. Silver, hanging from a nail hammered into the wall. No inscription, no plaque, no rope, just the bell. And beneath it, a ledger, black leather, huge. The kind you'd see in an old courtroom or at the reception desk of a hotel that had stopped accepting guests in 1952. It was open to a page halfway through. My name was still there, but this time it moved. The ink shivered as if unsure whether to stay written, and under my name, just like on the lobby sheet, was Simone Avery. Except this time the ink next to hers was still wet. I didn't touch it, but I did hear something. A voice, barely more than a breath, came from behind the door nearest the bell. It said, "Please help me. Please." I backed away. It repeated the phrase, quieter now, "Please help me. Please." Not loud, not threatening, just soft, desperate, but not real. The cadence was wrong. Too smooth, too regular. Like someone reading the idea of begging without understanding what it meant. Like a child mimicking pain without ever having felt it. Something pretending. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The door creaked open by itself. Darkness behind it, no room, no furniture. Just a pit of black that felt deeper than space. And in that pit, 2 things appeared. Eyes. Not glowing. Not red. Just watching. Flat, expressionless, the way deep sea fish look right before their jaws unhinge. Something stepped forward, and I saw a shape begin to form, taller than a man, thinner than bone, arms that hung too long. But I didn't wait for the full reveal. I ran. Back down the hallway, toward the elevator that still sat open like a patient mouth. I jumped inside and smashed the closed door button, praying to every god I've ever ignored that it would shut in time. It did. The elevator dropped this time. Really dropped. My stomach lurched, my knees buckled. The lights blinked and then went red. The floor number scrambled B63X, then stopped on a 1. The doors opened. Not the lobby, not the basement. Something underneath, a room with walls that pulsed. No doors, no windows, no fixtures. Just flesh-colored walls that breathed. Slow, wet, intentional. Like a lung deciding whether to inhale again. And in the middle of the room, on a pedestal of bone, was another bell. Not silver. This one was black. So black it seemed to devour light, not reflect it, not bend it, eat it. The clapper inside twitched once, like a muscle spasm. Then again. I knew what this was. I don't know how I knew, but I did. This was the original, the first bell. And standing beside it, completely still, was a child. A girl, wearing a school uniform, red shoes, a name tag on her sweater, Rosa Bellamy. She turned slowly toward me, and in the flickering red light, I saw that her eyes were not eyes. They were sockets filled with whispers. Not sound. Whispers. Constant motion in a shape that shouldn't exist. Like thousands of tiny mouths moving in sync. She opened her mouth to speak, and what came out wasn't a word. It was a number. 4, she said. Then the clapper moved again, and something knocked once, inside the walls. I slammed my hand on the elevator button. The doors groaned shut. My reflection in the mirror didn't move at the same time as me. It lagged, watched, smiled faintly when I didn't. I closed my eyes and kept them closed until I felt the shift. The elevator stopping. I opened them only when I heard the ding. I was back in the lobby. The paper on the corkboard was gone. The clerk was back behind the desk, pale, sweating, staring at a flickering screen with wide, flat eyes. He didn't look up as I passed. He just said, in a voice not meant for me, "One more ring." one more open. Then the ledger closes and the folding begins. I didn't ask what that meant. I didn't want to know. Not yet, because if the ledger folds, what happens to the names inside? And worse, what happens to the ones on the first page? It didn't start with time breaking, but that's when I noticed. The first sign came quietly, almost kindly. I looked at my kitchen clock and found it ticking backward. No sound. Just smooth, clean movements. Like it had always been going that way, and I was the one who had been wrong. My phone was still dead, hadn't powered back on since the blackout. The digital clock on the stove blinked 3:03 over and over, despite being unplugged since the power outage. I stood in my kitchen, watching the hands of time rewind, and knew I was no longer living in the same thread of the world as everyone else. Time wasn't slipping. It was folding, wrapping around something I couldn't see, and whatever it was, I was at the center. Outside, the city still wore its mask. People walked, traffic buzzed, storefronts opened, but none of it felt real anymore. The colors looked too clean, too deliberate, like sets on a stage. No one made eye contact. Conversation stopped when I got close. Even the wind had a strange rhythm to it. 3 gusts, then silence. Again and again. I walked to the corner market to buy coffee, just to test if the world would treat me like I still existed. The bell above the door didn't chime when I walked in. The man behind the counter looked up, blinked once, and said, "Oh, just that." Like I'd interrupted something. Or like he recognized me from a nightmare he hadn't finished having. I grabbed the coffee quickly and walked up to pay. He didn't scan it. He just looked at me with a faint tremble in his chin and said, "You're the one they folded last time, aren't you?" I froze. "What did you say?" He looked confused, like he didn't remember speaking. Then his nose started to bleed, fast, gushing, and he said very softly, "Don't answer the knock on the wrong side," and collapsed. I left the coffee. I left the store. I left the block. I ran until the city started to look wrong again, which lately took less time than it should. Back home, I found my front door unlocked, not just unlatched, open, cracked an inch. I never leave it open, ever. I pushed it wider with my foot. Not stepping inside yet, my breath caught in my throat. The apartment was silent. Too silent. The kind of silence you feel in your teeth. Something was different. The glass bowl was still on the table. There were 4 muffs now, all of them facing the same direction, toward the bedroom. I moved slowly, deliberately. My steps didn't make sound, even though I wasn't being quiet. It was like the floor had stopped existing beneath me. Like the space had accepted me in a way I never asked for. My bedroom door was wide open. My bed was empty. But someone had laid something carefully on the comforter, a black envelope, sealed with red wax. I didn't open it right away, because beside it sat a pair of shoes, children's shoes, red, scuffed at the toes, and I knew, they were the ones Rosa Bellamy had worn, the ones I saw in the impossible room beneath the building. I picked up the envelope. The wax was soft, still warm, as though whoever left it had done so just moments ago. Inside was a sheet of thick paper, rough to the touch, with faint horizontal lines scratched into it. The ink looked like dried blood, but I didn't want to confirm that. The letter read, "Dear Eerie, we are almost ready. The list grows fat. The ledger hungers. The bell tilts. The knock counts down. You are not alone. But that does not mean you are safe. The door you closed has not forgotten you. The first bell rang before you were born. The final bell waits for your hand. All you have to do is ring, just once, and we will show you what lies between the folds. Until then, we'll be watching." The custodians, my hands went cold. The paper fell from my grip without me realizing. I looked around the room, expecting shadows to lurch or eyes to blink where they shouldn't. Nothing moved, but everything waited. The word custodians haunted me, like they weren't monsters, they were caretakers. Like the ledger wasn't a prison, it was a nursery. I picked up the red shoes. held them in my hands. They were too light, empty, the kind of lightness that comes from something that had been worn out of existence. And inside, written in faded Sharpay on the heel lining, was a number 5. I placed them down gently. In the hallway, I heard a knock. Not at the front door, at the closet. One knock. I didn't move. Then a second, and a voice, my voice, spoke from the other side. Eli, it's me. I'm stuck. Please let me out. My blood turned to ice. The third knock never came. Only silence. Then a soft scraping against the inside of the door. Like someone dragging nails across wood. Spelling. I moved back, heart hammering. My reflection in the hallway mirror didn't move with me. It stood still, watching. Then, slowly, raised its hand and touched the glass, leaving behind a red print, in the shape of a mouth. Morning came like a lie. Loud birds, clean sunlight, the world pretending to be innocent again. But nothing outside the window looked quite alive. The cars were parked, but none of their mirrors reflected light. The trees swayed, but their leaves didn't move in the right direction. It was as if the city was acting out the idea of mourning for my benefit, a stage play meant to calm me into stepping back into its trap. I didn't open the curtains all the way. I didn't need to see more. The mirror in the hallway still bore the moth-shaped smear of red from my reflection's hand. I had scrubbed until my fingers cracked, but the stain clung to the glass like it had roots behind it, pulsing faintly when I got too close. The closet door hadn't knocked again, but I could hear breathing inside it when the apartment went quiet, slow, patient, steady as a metronome. By noon, the air itself had changed. Thick, damp, like the city had forgotten how to evaporate its own sweat. I tried to leave the apartment, but the hallway was full of that sound again, the faint counting hum that lived in the wires. 3 beats, pause, 3 more. It felt less like a noise and more like something rehearsing how to become a noise. The walls seemed to tremble with it. I almost turned back, but there was something on the floor by my door, a small black feather, glistening as if dipped in oil. When I picked it up, it was warm, and on its shaft, carved so finely it looked printed, was a number, 6. I pocketed it without thinking. That was my mistake. The street outside smelled faintly of river water. People were walking as usual, but they had a sameness about them now. The way mannequins all share one expression that isn't quite human, but isn't far enough away to be comforting. I passed a mother pushing a stroller. The baby inside was wrapped tight, too still. I told myself it was asleep until the mother looked up, and I saw that her eyes were blank silver discs, reflecting everything except me. She smiled when she noticed me looking, her teeth small and neat and wrong. "Lovely day," she said. Her voice didn't match her mouth. It came half a second before her lips moved. I kept walking. I didn't know where to go until I did back to the chapel. It was the only place that had ever admitted what it was. When I reached it, the gray door stood open a crack. Inside, light came from nowhere and everywhere at once, soft and dust thick. The altar was bare this time. The bell was gone. In its place sat a man. He wasn't a priest. His clothes were too ordinary: dark sweater, faded jeans, shoes that had seen more road than pavement. His face looked tired in a way that didn't come from sleeplessness, but from remembering too much. His eyes were dark, not black, not brown, just deep, endless dark. On the floor around him lay hundreds of moths, wings overlapping, bodies still. But I could feel the pulse in the room. They weren't dead. They were waiting. He looked up at me, as though he had known exactly when I would arrive. "Eli," he said. His voice was calm, familiar in a way that made my stomach drop. "You're early." "Who are you?" I managed. "The caretaker," he said simply. "The one who keeps the ledger from closing before its time." My throat tightened. "The custodians," I said. "You're one of them." He smiled faintly. "One of?" "No, I'm the oldest memory of them. They change faces. I stay." He gestured to the floor. "You've seen their work. The door, the bell, the counting. But do you know what it's for? I shook my head. To keep the city from forgetting what it owes, he said softly. Every century, the world folds. History erases too much, too cleanly. The custodians ensure something remains to remember the debt, the names, the souls, the bargains broken. Each door holds the space between folds. Each bell wakes the ones trapped there long enough to be counted. He tilted his head. You closed one of our doors. I was told to, I said, my voice cracking. He nodded. You were supposed to. The first page must always close itself. What happens when the list folds? He didn't answer right away. He stood slowly, the muths rippling beneath his feet like water. When it folds, he said finally, we start again. But this time the ledger doesn't just remember the names, it keeps them. No death. No forgetting. Just the same faces, walking, repeating. The city you woke into this morning is already folded once. The next will be seamless. Why me? I asked. Why my name? Why my mother's voice? Why the door? He stepped closer. The air between us thickened, and I could smell dust and candle wax and something sweet, like rot trying to disguise itself as perfume. Because you heard the bell before it was rung, he said. Because your mother carried a name that wasn't hers. Because every bloodline needs a hinge. He reached into his pocket and pulled out something small. A nail, exactly like the one I had kept under my tongue that first night. He held it out to me. Put it back, he said. It will keep the folds from touching you. I didn't take it. What's in the closet? I asked instead. What's knocking? His smile vanished. That's you, he said. The echo left behind when you closed the wrong door from the right side. Every fold makes a double. You left yours waiting. It's patient, but not kind. The muths stirred now, a low rustling like pages being turned. One lifted into the air and landed on my shoulder. Its wings were white, patterned with tiny black shapes that, when I looked closer, formed letters Hail PME. I didn't mean to open anything, I whispered. He looked at me with something that might have been pity. Meaning doesn't matter here. Doors remember intent. Bells remember touch. You've been written into both. He stepped back toward the altar and picked up a book that hadn't been there a moment before. A thick, black ledger bound with metal clasps. When he opened it, the air grew colder. My name shimmered on the top line, and under it, new ink blotted through the paper, spelling another Simone of Ary, the woman from the lobby list. She rang the bell, he said. 2 nights ago. The second fold began. What happens at the third? He met my eyes. At the third, the city forgets it was ever real. The bell sound hit before he finished the sentence. It didn't come from anywhere. It came from everywhere, from inside my bones, from the walls, from the tiny hollow in my throat. A single, clear tone that shook the muths into the air. They rose in a spiral, their wings beating light through the dust, forming a column that touched the ceiling, and then I saw them begin to change. Their wings tore. Their bodies stretched. From each cocoon of flapping came something vaguely human, shaped like wax figures melting into new molds. Faces formed, hundreds of them. The missing, the forgotten, Rosa Bellamy, Simone Avery, my mother, all looking at me, mouths moving, no sound except the fading ring of that bell. The caretaker closed the ledger with a soft thud. There, he said quietly, the second fold is done. I backed away as the figures floated closer, their faces calm, their eyes empty. Stop it, I said. Close it again! He shook his head. Only you can. You closed the first door. You must close the second. But this time, you'll have to go through it. What do you mean? He looked past me, toward the chapel's entryway. I turned, and saw that the open gray door no longer showed the street outside. It showed my apartment hallway, my front door, my mirror with the moth smear glowing faintly red. Go home, Eli, he said. It's waiting for you. I wanted to refuse, but the pull started again. The same invisible tug that had guided me into the elevator, into the storage unit, into every mistake since that first blackout. I stepped backward through the chapel's doorway, and felt the shift as the world folded over itself like paper. The next breath I took smelled of my apartment's dust and coffee. The mirror waited, red and breathing. Inside the reflection, my double smiled back at me. "You're late," it said. And behind me, from the closet, came the third knock. There's a rule people follow without knowing they're following it. When something knocks from the wrong side of a door, you don't answer. You pretend you didn't hear. You tell yourself it was the pipes, or the wind, or your own heartbeat pulsing in your ears. But when the third knock came from inside my closet, soft, deliberate, so human it made my knees lock, I stood frozen, breathing shallow, one hand still raised from where my reflection had spoken to me. The red smear on the mirror had begun to spread, not down, but out, like a spill blooming under glass. My double in the mirror leaned closer, eyes fixed to mine. Its smile stayed in place like it had been pinned there. "You're not as careful as you think," it said, tone light, amused. "But don't worry, I'm patient. You'll open the door eventually." I shook my head. I closed it. The smile widened, not into a grin, but into something else. A baring of teeth. "No," it said. "You only thought you did." Then it stepped backward in the mirror, disappearing from view, and the red stain stopped moving. The closet door was still closed. Still just a piece of wood with a brass handle and no keyhole. But it pulsed faintly, almost imperceptibly, like something behind it was breathing in rhythm with the building. And the smell, that coppery sweetness, was stronger now. Like blood in a wet cloth, I should have left. Should have walked away, run down the stairs, taken the long road to anywhere else. But instead, I stepped forward. Not out of courage. Out of the deep, dark knowledge that if I didn't confront it now, it would follow me everywhere. And when it finally caught up, it wouldn't knock anymore. It would just be there, waiting on the other side of every reflection. The door handle was cold, not just to the touch, but down to the bone. I wrapped my fingers around it and listened. The breathing behind it had stopped. Silence pressed against the door like a forehead. Waiting, I turned the handle slowly, unsure if I was opening the door or being allowed to. It creaked open with the careful slowness of a stage curtain, and inside was not my closet. It was a room. Not large, but impossibly deep. The dimensions made no sense. The walls were too far apart, the ceiling too low, the floor made of something that looked like old library tiles. But when I stepped on them, they didn't echo, they muffled. Like walking on sponge soaked in memory. The walls were covered in mirrors, floor to ceiling, every shape and style. Antique, modern, cracked, spotless. But none of them showed me. They showed others, other versions of me. One was older, lined, sunken-eyed, eyes hollow, as if he had been awake too long. Another was missing half his face, the wound scabbed over with moth wings. Another sat cross-legged in a small, white room, rocking slowly, his mouth stitched shut with wire. They all turned to look at me as I stepped inside. None smiled. None blinked. I wanted to scream, to pull back, but something sealed the air behind me. The door hadn't closed. It had ceased to be. The wood dissolved behind me like paper soaked in acid. Then, from the center of the room, something rose. Not a person. Not exactly. It looked like a man at first, tall, thin, dressed in a coat made of moth wings. But his face was blurred. Not blurred like a smudge, but like it couldn't be remembered. Every time my eyes touched it, my brain slipped off. My thoughts stuttered, and I had to look away. In his hands he held a ledger. Thick, ancient. The cover rippled like it was breathing. He didn't speak. He simply opened it. Pages turned by themselves, flipping past dozens, hundreds, of names, until it stopped. There it was. ELIWAT, and beneath it, not just Simone Avery, not just Rosa Bellamy, but more. Names I recognized from my childhood, from missing posters, from dreams I'd forgotten but woke up crying from. All listed in ink that shimmered wet and red, as if still drying. Why me? I asked again, though I knew I wouldn't get a straight answer. The man, if that's what he was, pointed to the mirror closest to me. Inside it was a version of me wearing the same clothes, same expression. But behind that version stood everyone else. Every name in the ledger. Their hands rested on my other self's shoulders. Their mouths moved in sync. The mirror version smiled. Not kindly, not sadly, but with certainty. And then it stepped forward. Right through the glass, no crack, no sound, just passed through it like water, and took a step toward me. I backed up. No. It raised a hand. And in that hand was the bell. The bell, black as night, small as a memory. It held it out. I shook my head. I'm not ringing it. It didn't speak. Just placed the bell on the ground between us and stepped back. The moths on its shoulders fluttered once, then stilled. And from every mirror, every reflection, a voice whispered at once, "You are the echo now. You are the hinge, ring or fold." I looked down at the bell, and it rang itself, once. My knees buckled, a second time. The room warped, every mirror pulsing. Light bleeding out in patterns I couldn't follow. And just before the third ring, I understood. I was never meant to close the door. I was meant to become it. Then the bell rang a third time, and I fell into myself. I don't remember falling. Only the landing, not the way it happened. There was no ground, no thud, no violent crash, but a sense of arrival. Like when a dream ends with you in someone else's house, and your hands aren't your own. When I opened my eyes, I was still in the room of mirrors, but it had changed. No more reflections. No more versions of me staring back. Just empty glass. Endless rows. The bell was gone. The ledger, too. And the man in the coat of moth wings vanished like smoke in a closed box. I stood alone, breathing ragged, legs weak, fingers trembling at my sides like they were remembering a pain I hadn't felt yet. The silence was too perfect, too sculpted. Then I realized. There was no sound, because there was no sound to make. Not even the thump of my own heartbeat. My pulse didn't echo in my ears. My breathing didn't register. I clapped my hands, screamed, stomped. Nothing. The room swallowed noise like a starving animal swallows meat. The mirrors didn't even show me anymore. I was invisible in my own reflection, and that felt worse than being watched. I stepped forward. The floor was softer now, not like the spongy tiles before, but like something breathing underfoot. Warm, organic, wet. My shoe made a slick noise, and I looked down to find the floor covered in a thin film, like skin. I wiped my foot off on the wall, but the wall gave beneath my weight. It pulsed. The room was alive, not metaphorically, not in the building's haunted kind of way. I was inside something living, and it knew I was there. Ahead, one mirror shimmered, the only one that still showed anything. I moved closer slowly, afraid it would vanish if I blinked. But it didn't. It came into focus, not a reflection, a window. Through it, I saw my apartment, the real one, my kitchen, my hallway, my closet door still closed. The lights were on. The walls flickered like candlelight, and sitting on my bed, hands folded in his lap, was me. But it wasn't. He looked like me, but stiller, not just calm, empty. Like someone had painted a portrait of me and asked it to pretend it had lungs. He turned his head slowly and looked directly through the mirror. Directly at me, and he smiled. I staggered back. From the corner of the room, a noise finally surfaced. A click soft and rhythmic like nails on glass. Tap, tap, tap. I turned, and there she was. Rosa Bellamy. Exactly as I remembered her in elementary school. Same red shoes, same navy jumper, same serious eyes. Except now, her mouth didn't move when she spoke. The voice came from somewhere behind her. Above her. Beneath her. "You're not real," I whispered, knowing it was useless. "I'm more real than the version of you sitting on your bed," the voice said through her. "He's the one waiting for the fold to finish. You're the leftover." The noise between the pages. My breath caught. "I'm not a leftover." She stepped forward. Her shadow didn't follow her body. It moved independently, crawling along the wall behind her, like it was looking for a way out. You weren't supposed to resist the bell, she said. Most people ring it. The first time they hear it, they ring it out of fear, or need, or love. You didn't. You closed it. That marked you. I backed away until I hit another mirror. Cold seeped into my spine from the contact. What happens now? I asked. Rosa smiled faintly. Now, you're going to find the room that breathes, and if you make it through, you'll get to ask one question. Just one. You can ask how to end this, or where your mother went, or what the ledger is counting down to. But once you ask it, you won't be able to leave. You'll belong to the question, forever. What if I don't want to ask? She tilted her head. Then you'll keep folding. Over and over, until the only thing left of you is a name in the ledger, a hinge, a knot. Something to hold the next page together. The wall behind her split open, not with a door, but with lips. Flesh peeled back, revealing a tunnel of muscle and bone, slick and pulsing. A deep red corridor. At the far end, I saw a light. Go, Rosa said, before your other self rings the bell again. I didn't think. I ran. The tunnel closed behind me with a sound like swallowing. Inside the air was thick, hot. My skin itched, my clothes stuck. The walls pulsed with every step I took. Sometimes I felt breath on the back of my neck, but every time I turned, nothing was there, except the slight ripple in the wall, as if something had just slipped inside it. Names whispered through the heat. Not out loud, inside me. I felt them brush against my thoughts like fingertips through water. Simone Avery, Rosa Bellamy, Miles Kether, Andrea Ng, Franklin Baird. Some names I knew, some I didn't. All of them belonging, all of them folded. At the end of the corridor, a doorway waited, tall and thin, made of ribs, and beyond it, the room that breathes. It was enormous, a cathedral of meat and memory. The walls were made of faces, melted into each other, some screaming, some weeping, some still and serene. The floor was a spiral of vertebrae. At the center stood a figure in a gown of white gauze, face hidden behind a cracked porcelain mask. It didn't speak. It pointed. Behind it was a pedestal, and on that pedestal, a single book, small, bound in skin, no title. I stepped forward. My hands shook. My feet didn't want to obey. But I opened the book. Inside only one page, blank, until I thought, where did my mother go? And then the ink spilled across the page. She traded her voice for your silence. She gave up her reflection so you could keep your shape. She stood before the bell and answered 3 times. And when the 4th came, she folded backward into the ledger. She is the echo that calls to you now, not to haunt you, but to warn you. I closed the book. The masked figure turned its head slightly, and though no sound came, I knew I had asked my question, and the room had claimed me. The moment the answer settled on the page, something inside me tore. Not loudly, not like a scream, but like cloth pulling at the seams. Quiet, final. That kind of tearing doesn't hurt immediately. You only feel the ache later, when you try to move the way you used to, and realize the shape of you has changed. I had my answer. I had the truth. And with it came the weight of what it cost. My mother had not vanished, not drowned, not simply gone missing. She had traded everything, her voice, her image, her presence, to protect me. And now I knew, which meant the question had rooted itself in me, and like Rosa said, I would never truly leave again. The masked figure remained motionless, porcelain face tilted, as if watching me through slits I couldn't see. Its stillness was unbearable. I waited for it to speak, to move, to give me some direction. Instead, it simply lifted its hand and pointed to a part of the wall where the living faces pulsed slower than the rest. There, between 2 whispering mouths, was a seam, a faint, jagged slit running from floor to ceiling. It looked like it hadn't opened in a long, long time. I stepped toward it, dragging my feet across the spine-patterned floor. With every step, I felt the air shift, growing colder, thinner, as though I were walking deeper into a buried memory. The slit opened before I touched it. It yawned. That's the only word for it. It peeled open like a wound remembering how to bleed. Beyond it was a narrow hall, made of old brick now, not flesh. No longer the body of a breathing place, but the decaying bones of a forgotten one. The air here smelled like rust and river water. Familiar. Intimate. Wrong. I stepped through, and found myself in a hallway I recognized from childhood. The scent of mildew and wet carpet hit me first, followed by the hum of overhead lights struggling to stay lit. This was the building where I'd grown up. Not the one I lived in now, but the old tenement, the one we left after my mother vanished. Same peeling green paint, same flickering hallway lights, same cracked tile floors. Except it was empty. The sound of life, neighbors arguing, televisions bleeding through walls, children stomping upstairs, was gone. As if the building had been waiting, untouched, in a sealed part of memory. I walked past our old apartment, 3B. The door stood open. Inside, a single lamp buzzed in the corner, illuminating the small kitchen table. And at that table, she sat. My mother. Just her shape at first. Back turned to me, shoulders still. Her hair was braided, the way she always wore it when she was thinking hard. There was no sound, no breath, no shift. Just that stillness, that crushing stillness. "Mom?" I said it without meaning to. She didn't turn, but I saw her hand move. Just a twitch. Enough to say she heard, enough to say she remembered. I took a step inside. The second I crossed the threshold, everything changed. The walls exhaled. The floor shifted beneath me like it had grown soft. The air became thick, and a sound filled the apartment. Not a scream, not a hum. It was counting. 3 voices speaking at once. One male, one female. One I couldn't place. And they counted slowly, deliberately, 1A. My vision blurred. I reached for the table to steady myself, but my hand passed through it like it wasn't solid. Like I wasn't solid. 2. The mirror across the room cracked. Not shattered. Cracked from the inside like something was pushing through it. 3. My mother turned. And her face. God, her face. It wasn't wrong. That was the horror of it. It was perfect. Untouched. Just as I remembered. But her eyes were empty. Not blind. Not black. Just gone. As if someone had scooped them out and filled the sockets with still water. And still, she smiled. "Eli," she said. Not aloud, but inside my skull. Like her voice was a memory I'd tucked behind my ears. I kept them away. As long as I could. But now you've heard the bell. You've seen the ledger. You've opened too many doors. I tried to speak, to say something, anything, but no words came. My voice had been swallowed by the room. She stood slowly, and I could see now that her feet didn't touch the floor. She hovered half an inch above it, just enough to unsettle the air. "You must remember what the knock means," she said. 3 knocks and it comes in. I whispered, finally managing speech. "No," she said. 3 knocks means it's already inside. The 4th is just courtesy." Then she lifted her hand and pointed behind me. I turned and found the closet door again. Not the one in our old apartment. My closet door. The one in my current home. It stood in the middle of the living room like it had grown out of the floor. Out of place. Out of time. Closed. Until it knocked. Once, I backed away. Twice, the door handle turned. "Don't answer," my mother whispered. "Even if it uses my voice. Especially then." 3, the door opened slowly. And what stepped out wasn't a monster. Not exactly. It looked like me, but thinner, taller. Limbs stretched like wax pulled too long. Eyes pure black. Not from absence, but from pressure. Like the dark was pushing outward. It grinned at me, not with teeth, but with hunger. A smile that said, "You've made room for me." Finally, it said. We're on the same side of the page. I ran. Back through the hallway. Back through the slit in the wall. Back into the room that breathes. But it had changed. The masked figure was gone. The book on the pedestal now lay open, and every page was blank except one. The last page. Where my name had been written once, now it was crossed out. Below it, a single new entry. Eli, echo in progress. The room groaned, and the walls began to close. I realized what it meant. I was no longer the reader of the ledger. I was becoming one of its pages. The walls closed slowly at first, like they were stretching after a long sleep, breathing in to taste me better. It wasn't the speed that frightened me. It was the deliberateness, like the room wasn't collapsing, but deciding. I backed away from the pedestal, heart hammering, as I watched the last page flutter on its own. Even without wind, the ink of my name, eerie echo in progress, bled down the page like it had been written in fresh blood that refused to dry. But I knew, deep in my bones, that it wasn't blood. It was something worse, something that remembered. My body began to hum. Not my skin, not my ears. Inside my bones. It was like the walls were tuning me, searching for the exact frequency that would open me like a locked drawer. I felt every organ vibrate against itself, like I was being stretched between two notes only the ledger could hear. The room didn't just breathe now, it thrummed. A low, pulsing rhythm that didn't come from sound but from intention. And I could feel that intention sharpening into something singular. It wanted me to forget. Forget who I was before the closet knocked. Forget my mother's voice. Forget the real shape of my hands, the weight of my memories, the truth of the question I'd already asked. That was the cost of staying in the room that breathes. The answer was never free. It didn't take my soul. It took my story. And once your story is gone, the ledger can write you into anything it wants. I staggered toward the far wall, searching for a crack, a door, a crease in this grotesque cathedral of flesh and faces. Nothing. Just skin walls that rippled slightly with every desperate footstep. The faces embedded in them murmured nonsense now, fragments of nursery rhymes, half-spoken secrets, long, dead apologies. They didn't look at me. They didn't scream. They listened. All of them. One face in the wall looked like my own. Another looked like my mother. Another looked like Rosa Bellamy, only older. Older than she should have ever been. I dropped to my knees. My reflection, my double. The one who stepped out of the mirror and into my life. He was loose now. In the real world. Wearing my face. Breathing my air. Making choices that would be written in the ledger under my name. If I stayed here, if I let this place digest me, he would become permanent, and the city would never know it had made the switch. I pressed my hand to the nearest face in the wall and whispered, "Help me." It turned. Not the wall. Not the whole head, just the eyes. They rolled upward and locked onto mine, and for a moment, less than a second, there was clarity in them. Human clarity, and the wall whispered back. Only an echo can open a fold. That was it. That's what they'd been preparing me for since the beginning. That's why the ledger needed a hinge. That's why I was echo in progress. Because I was never meant to survive this. I was meant to become a door. But I wasn't gone yet. I still remembered. I still had the feather. My fingers dug into my pocket, curling around the tiny, black feather with the number 6 etched on its spine. It burned now. Scorching hot. I clenched my jaw and shoved it into the page of the ledger bearing my name. There was no resistance. The feather sank into the book like it belonged there. The room screamed, not with sound, but with pull. Gravity reversed. The floor rippled upward. The walls bellowed light. The book snapped shut with a sickening wet crack, and the lights embedded in the faces above me exploded in a shower of white motes like stars being snuffed out all at once. And then, silence. Not emptiness, not peace, but the absence of me. I was floating, not in water, not in air, just between. A thin place between the folds, between the pages of the world. The place where doors were made and bells were born and ledgers were written not in ink, but in intention. And I saw them, the custodians, hundreds of them. None had faces, just porcelain masks, like the figure in the room that breathes. But the masks were cracked, all in different places. Some missing eyes, some mouths, some broken across the center. They watched me motionless, standing in a circle around a pit that burned with a fire made of pages. One stepped forward. taller than the rest. It held another book. Thinner, personal. It opened it with long, deliberate fingers. There was one name inside, mine. The custodian pointed to it, and behind me, the bell rang, once. A wave of heat and memory crushed me. My childhood home, the scent of river water, the radio crackling with my mother's voice. Twice. My knees buckled. The weight of every unanswered question I'd ever had pressed against my back like a physical burden. Third. I opened my eyes. I was lying on the floor of my apartment. The real one. The air smelled like dust and static. The mirror in the hallway was gone, shattered completely, only shards left scattered like teeth. The closet door was closed again, and in the bowl on the table were 7 moths. They pulsed, breathed, waited. And on my tongue, heavy and familiar, lay the nail, exactly where it had started. The ledger was gone. The bell was gone. But when I stood and looked at the wall, I saw it, etched into the plaster, faint and precise, Eli Wyatt, folded, but not finished. I staggered to the bathroom, turned on the faucet. The water ran red for 3 seconds before turning clear. The city outside was silent, too silent, and the radio, unplugged and dusty, switched on. A voice spoke, not my mother's this time. It was mine, softer, more tired, more hollow. You closed the door, but the house is still breathing. And from the closet behind me, something laughed. Once, quiet, polite, like it had all the time in the world. The laughter from the closet was low, measured, almost conversational, the kind of laugh a person gives when they've just finished explaining something you don't yet understand. It wasn't cruel, but it wasn't kind either. It sounded patient, confident, certain I would come closer. I didn't. I stayed where I was, half in shadow, half in the flickering light of the hallway. The air around the closet pulsed faintly, like a heartbeat trapped inside wood. The handle didn't move. Nothing forced itself out. Whatever was in there didn't need to. It knew I wasn't leaving. The city beyond my window looked asleep again. No cars, no wind, no sound. Every light in every building across the street burned steadily, no flicker, no movement behind glass. It felt less like a city and more like a picture of one. I told myself I needed air, even though air had stopped helping days ago. I slipped into the hall, closed my door, and stood for a long moment listening to the hush pressing through the walls. The building itself was breathing again. I could hear it, a deep, slow inhale, a pause, then an exhale that made the ceiling lights tremble. The elevator doors were open, frozen mid-yawn. The interior smelled like iron and mildew. I took the stairs instead. My steps didn't echo. They never did anymore. Halfway down, I noticed the wallpaper had changed. The once faded pattern of vines now curled into letters. Half-formed words running along the wall like writing beneath skin. Most of it was nonsense, but I caught a few fragments. Ledger completed. Fold sequence 3, city ready. I stopped reading after that. Words had a way of making themselves real in this place. The lobby was empty. The front desk, too. The candle the clerk had left nights ago was still there, burnt down to a wax puddle. Behind it, the corkboard held a single new page, pinned neatly in the center. I knew what it was before I looked. The ledger's page. There were fewer names now. Rosa Bellamy, Simone Avery, Franklin Baird, all neatly crossed out. My name remained, no longer labeled Echo in Progress. Now it read, Eli Wyatt, hinge confirmed. Beneath it, a single line in new handwriting, door to city complete. Awaiting signal. I turned toward the glass entrance. Outside, something had changed. The streetlights had arranged themselves into a pattern, an arc curving down toward the river, and the dark line of the water shimmered with movement, as though 1,000 invisible hands were rippling its surface in rhythm. I should have run, or hidden, or prayed. Instead, I went outside. The air was heavy, metallic, but alive. The asphalt beneath my shoes thrummed faintly, like a wire stretched too tight. I walked toward the river. Every building I passed was sealed shut. Not boarded, not locked, sealed. Doors melted into walls. Windows fused to their frames. It was a city without entry or exit. Every surface was smooth, whole, final. I kept walking, my shadow stretching ahead of me under the unwavering lights. At the corner near the depot, I saw movement. A man standing in the middle of the street, head tilted as if listening. It was the caretaker from the chapel, the one with the coat of moth wings. Only now, the wings were gone. His clothes were soaked, his eyes darker than ever. When he saw me, he smiled faintly. "It's beginning," he said. "What is?" I asked. "The closing," he replied. "You can feel it, can't you? Every breath the city takes is shorter. Every heartbeat slower. It's learning to hold its breath. When it stops, the next fold will finish." "Can it be stopped?" I asked. He stepped closer, and I realized the wetness on his clothes wasn't water. It was ink. The same red-black ink from the ledger. It dripped from his sleeves in lazy trails. "Stopped? No. But redirected, maybe. You're the hinge?" "Eli. That's what hinges do. They don't stop doors from closing. They decide which way they swing." The lights along the river flickered once. In perfect unison, the caretaker turned toward them. "There's your signal," he said. "If you want to save them, you have to open something new before the old closes. But it has to be a true door. A place that remembers being crossed. And if I can't, then you'll watch everything seal itself," he said quietly. "And when the last door closes, there will be no sound left but knocking." He began to walk away, dissolving into the streetlight glow. I didn't call after him. I couldn't. My mind was already spinning through the places that had meant something once. The chapel, the storage unit, the apartment, the river. A place that remembered being crossed. The river, I realized. The bridge. That was where my mother had disappeared. The last place she'd stood before the water took her. I ran. Every step felt heavier, slower. The closer I got to the river, the thicker the air became, until breathing felt like swallowing glass. The bridge loomed ahead, its railings slick with mist. In the middle stood a shape, small, still, waiting, my mother. She was wearing the same coat she'd worn the day she vanished. Her braid trailed down her back. She turned when I stopped a few paces away, and for a heartbeat the world felt right again. Her eyes were still hollow, but there was light behind them now, thin threads of white weaving and unweaving. "It's time," she said. Her voice was clearer here, the river carrying it like music. The city's forgetting itself. "You can open it again, but it will cost you everything I saved." "What do I have to do?" I asked. She pointed to the water. "Ring it once. Just once, but not the bell. You." I didn't understand until I felt the vibration begin inside me again. The hum. The tuning. The note that had almost broken me in the room that breathes. My bones remembered the frequency. My lungs knew the shape of it. I stepped closer to the edge and let the sound build. It wasn't singing. It wasn't screaming. It was something in between. Pure tone. The sound of air deciding whether to be voice. The water below shuddered. The lights of the city flickered and rearranged themselves, forming a vast circle around the skyline. Windows glowed, then darkened, then glowed again, each one a pulse in a giant heart. My mother reached out her hand. "Now hinge," she whispered. "Turn." I did. The world folded. Not a crash, not an explosion, just a single, clean shift, like a page turning in a book. The city bent, and for a moment I saw between. The blank space, the pure white nothing where doors are born. And in that nothing stood thousands of people, faces tilted upward, waiting to be remembered. Then the bridge vanished beneath me. I fell. The water hit cold, then warm, then neither. The current pulled, but not down, not anywhere. Just around. I opened my eyes and saw the river full of doors, each one floating upright, swaying in the current. Some old, some new, all closed. On every door was a single name. I found mine easily. It was glowing faintly. I touched the handle. It turned, and the city exhaled. When I surfaced, the lights were back. Cars moved. Voices shouted in the distance. Morning sunlight spilled over the water, real this time. I pulled myself onto the bank, coughing, shivering, alive. The world looked right again. People hurried past, not noticing me, not noticing anything strange. I stood there a long time before realizing I was holding something in my hand. A small, silver bell. The same as the one from the chapel. Its surface was cracked, dark water seeping from the split. When I shook it gently, it made no sound. But every window in the city rippled. And somewhere behind me, far away but clear as day, I heard the fourth knock. The fourth knock wasn't like the others. It didn't echo through the closet, or the walls, or from behind the veil of dreams. It wasn't subtle, or secret, or polite. It didn't ask to be let in. It declared it was already here. It was not a warning. It was an announcement. The sound seemed to ripple outward, crawling through the cracks of the city, ringing through windows, bouncing off the ribs of buildings. It made car alarms wheeze and power lines shiver. It made birds stop mid-flight. And though no one else appeared to react, I saw it. All of them heard it. People paused mid-conversation. Heads turned slightly. A woman walking her dog stopped and tilted her head, blinking like someone trying to remember where they put their keys. A child holding his father's hand dropped his ice cream and stared into a sewer grate with wide, vacant eyes. Nobody screamed. Nobody ran. But something in the air shifted, permanently. Like the moment before a house fire, when the smoke hasn't risen yet, but every object in the room knows it's about to be lost. I clutched the bell in my hand. Still cracked. Still dripping. Still silent. I held it to my ear, not to shake it, but to listen. To see if maybe it was ringing on a frequency only I could hear. But it wasn't. The bell was no longer ringing. It had finished. Which meant the door it was bound to had been open. I turned away from the riverbank and saw the city differently now. Not just as streets and buildings and lights, but as a series of hinges. Every alley a mouth. Every stairwell a spiral. Every shut window just another eye waiting to blink. The folds hadn't stopped. I hadn't stopped them. I had only redirected them. That was what the caretaker meant. The city had turned a different page, but the story was still being written. I made my way home, barefoot and soaked, the weight of the bell dragging my hand lower with every step. My building looked normal from a distance. Too normal, like it had rehearsed what normal should be and was performing it now for my benefit. I stepped inside. The lobby was warm, the light soft, the desk manned. It was the clerk, the same one who'd handed me the candle, only now he looked completely different. Not older, not younger, just aware, like someone who had finally remembered what he was. His eyes locked onto mine the moment I entered. The door opened, he said without emotion. I replied. He stood, slow and deliberate. That was the last knock. The final permission, he said. The fourth knock is never for entry. It's for replacement. Replacement of what? He walked out from behind the desk, closing the distance between us with steady steps. Of you. I took a step back. The bell in my hand burned colder now, like ice held too long. I'm still me, I said. For now, he said. But there's something in your apartment, isn't there? Something behind that closet door. I didn't answer. You haven't opened it, he continued. But you've thought about it. That's enough. Every thought carves a path. Every fear gives it permission to build. And now that the fourth knock has sounded, I shook my head. No, I turned the hinge. I opened the fold. I made the choice. He looked at me with something close to sadness. You did. But you weren't the only one. The elevator doors opened behind me with a chime I hadn't heard in days. That same low ding, like a coin falling down an endless well. I turned. Inside the elevator was me. Again, same height, same hair, same skin, but not quite right. This version didn't blink, didn't sway, didn't breathe. Its eyes were dark and flat, like stones pulled from the bottom of the ocean. It smiled slowly, like it had been practicing. The clerk stepped aside. One of you has to go. I stood frozen, the bell dripping onto the lobby floor. The double stepped out of the elevator. We stared at each other. It tilted its head. "I've waited," it said in my voice. "I've waited behind the knock. I've memorized your movements, your mannerisms, your grief. I know how to love what you love, hate what you hate. I know how to speak your mother's name with just the right crack in my voice. I will be better at being you than you ever were." I stepped back. Why? It smiled wider, because I'm not afraid of the door. I am the door. Then it lunged. We crashed into each other, not with violence, but with merging. For one horrific moment, I felt its skin slide across mine, felt my hands blur into its hands, felt my thoughts overlap. It whispered a name into my ear. Not my name, but the one that would replace mine. The one that would be written in the ledger when the city turned its next fold. I pushed back with everything I had. Not strength. Not willpower. Memory. I remembered the smell of my mother's cooking. The ache of watching the river. The feel of my real heartbeat. The silence of my apartment when the radio was off, and I rang the bell. Not physically. Not with my hand. But with my voice. The same way I had at the river. The same tone that had peeled the pages apart. A sound not meant for ears. The double screamed. Or tried to. No sound came. Its face cracked. Its skin shimmered, then folded inward like paper burning backward. It wasn't destroyed. It was put away. Filed into a chapter it couldn't escape from again. The elevator doors shut behind it. The ding sounded once more, and the clerk looked at me with something approaching relief. "You chose," he said. I nodded, though I didn't feel like I had. I had reacted. Reflex. Fear. Maybe love. But I had chosen. I walked back to my apartment. The closet door stood closed. No sound came from behind it. No knock. No breath. No heartbeat. I placed the bell on the shelf beside it. It didn't ring. It didn't need to. The city was quiet again. But quiet in the way a library is quiet. Orderly, watchful, filled with the weight of stories waiting to be opened. I lay on my bed and stared at the ceiling, unsure if I was resting or being watched. And on the wall across from me, words had begun to appear. Faint, but unmistakable. Page 1 Eli Wyatt. Hinge confirmed. Fold active. Replacement denied. Observation continues. I closed my eyes, and behind them, something smiled. Sleep didn't come, not that night, not in the way it used to. I lay in the center of my bed, staring at the same ceiling I had known for years, and yet nothing about it felt familiar anymore. Not the cracks, not the shadows, not the stillness. The city had changed shape around me, and the walls, my walls, were now part of it. I wasn't resting. I was being recorded. Every blink cataloged, every heartbeat timed, every breath weighed and tagged like evidence. The word observation wasn't just etched into the wall across from my bed. It was active. I could feel it. There was no watcher, not in the usual sense. There was only the act of watching. The constant, quiet note of something unseen marking down my continued presence, as if I were a test subject trapped inside my own skin. And yet, I was still here. The bell sat where I had left it, cracked but quiet, no longer dripping, no longer trembling. But the air around it pulsed faintly, like it was breathing. My closet door hadn't moved. The mirrors were still shattered. The moths in the bowl had stopped multiplying, but they hadn't died. They sat in a perfect ring now, surrounding the empty center of the glass, wings fanned open. Watching something I couldn't see. I got up just as the sky outside began to change. Not dawn, not exactly. The color was off. Instead of pale blue or warm amber, the sky looked tinted, like someone had placed a wet sheet of tracing paper over the sun and let it rot there. The shadows it cast were too long. The light had no warmth, and in the far distance, above the buildings, the faint shape of a crease rippled across the skyline, like the whole city had been folded once down the middle, and the mark of that pressure had never quite healed. The streets were quiet when I stepped outside. Not silent, just held. That was the best word for it, held in suspension. A cab idled at a red light that would never change. A man sat on a bench reading a newspaper whose pages were all blank. A child walked their dog in a circle, looping again and again, turning at the same cracks in the sidewalk every time, like a scene rewinding. They were part of the observation now, too. This city, this folded, rewritten, echoing city, was no longer operating on time. It was being studied. I walked toward the corner store, needing something, anything to anchor myself. The bell above the door didn't chime when I entered. It had rusted solid. The shopkeeper stood behind the counter, his face blank, eyes unmoving, not empty, paused. He blinked only once when I passed him. I opened a fridge door. The drinks inside were full of black water. Every label bore the same word in small, fine print simulated. I let the door close. I wasn't thirsty anymore. Back home, I sat in front of the mirror, the one I'd replaced after shattering the last. This one was thinner, cheaper. But its surface moved when I stared too long. My reflection didn't copy me perfectly. It blinked at the wrong times. It smiled when I didn't. At one point, it lifted its hand and pointed behind me. I didn't turn around. I just asked, "How long will this go on?" My reflection tilted its head, not in confusion, but in recognition, and it spoke until the next name is written. I felt the blood drain from my face. I didn't ask what that meant. I already knew. The ledger hadn't closed. It had merely paused. It was waiting for someone to make the next choice, to answer the next knock, to ring the next bell. Because I had denied replacement, I had held the fold, I had closed a page, but the book was still open. A knock came, but not from the closet. This time it came from the window. 3 sharp taps, then silence. I approached slowly, cautiously, every step a breath caught in my chest. I pulled back the curtain. No one. But there, written in the condensation on the glass, were 2 words. Next reader. Below that, a symbol I hadn't seen before, an open eye, drawn crudely, with a hinge beneath it instead of a pupil. And that's when it hit me. I wasn't the only one being observed. I was part of the observation. A signal, a message, a hinge for someone else. And whoever that was, they just started watching. It's strange how quickly you adjust to being part of something larger than yourself once the illusion of privacy is gone. Not fame, not surveillance, observation. The quiet, cold awareness that every step you take, every pause, every blink, is being watched not through a lens, but through memory. Watched by something that doesn't need to be present to see. That's the difference, I've learned. A camera records what you do. A page remembers what you are. I stared at the condensation on the glass. The words "next reader" slowly fading as the sun, if that's what it was anymore, burned through the fog. But the message had done what it was meant to do. It had passed the weight of knowing onto me, and now the story wasn't just mine. It hadn't been for a long time, I suppose. I was just the hinge. But hinges don't close stories. They only turn the page. I sat on the floor of my apartment, back against the cold wall, the bell resting between my feet. It hadn't rung again since the collapse. Still cracked, still open at the side like a wound that wouldn't seal. But it hummed now, gently. With each breath I took, as if sensing itself with me. Maybe it was always doing that, and I had only just noticed. There was a time I would have run to someone. A friend, a stranger. Anyone who could tell me I hadn't gone too far, hadn't slipped completely out of the real world and into the margins. But those people don't exist anymore. Not for me. I've watched too many of them blink too slowly, or speak with their mouths half a second behind their voices. I've seen them freeze mid-step like someone was editing them in real time. And worse, I've seen their reflections keep walking when they stop. The line between the watched and the watcher is thinner than I ever thought. The radio turned on again this morning. Not with static. Not with my mother's voice, not even with my own. It spoke in a calm, female tone, neutral, almost mechanical, but with something warm behind it. Something curious. This is page 0, it said. Observation entry initiated. Test subject responds to prior knock with measured hesitation. Fold resistance recorded. Replacement denied. Door preserved. Pattern incomplete. Awaiting confirmation. It stopped. No music, no static. Just a hollow click, as if someone had turned off a speaker after giving a lecture to an empty auditorium. I didn't move. Didn't speak. Didn't breathe until the silence had wrapped around me again, like a familiar coat. I opened my notebook, blank until now, and found it had been written in. Not by me, not in my handwriting. A page in the middle, torn slightly at the edge, had this sentence in sharp, perfect ink. The next reader will know the sound of paper tearing before the page is turned. And beneath it, another line: you are not the last. You were only the first who stayed awake. I closed the book slowly. That's when I heard the scraping, not from the closet, not from the mirror, from inside the walls. Something was being etched, not violently, no shredding, no cracking, just slow, steady pressure, carving, a groove being drawn inch by inch across plaster. I pressed my ear to the drywall and listened. I heard breathing. I heard words being mouthed too quietly to hear. I heard reading, and I knew, with absolute certainty, someone else had just found their door. That's what the city was waiting for. Not another bell, not another knock. Another reader. Someone whose life had begun to fray at the edges. Someone who had heard something knocking and hadn't turned away. Someone who had seen something impossible and hadn't pretended they didn't. Someone like me. And now their story was beginning, because the ledger doesn't forget. It extends. One hinge opens the next. One page leads to another. And now that the city has remembered how to fold, it doesn't stop. It waits for the next reader, and the next, and the next, until all the pages are full, until all the doors are closed, and somewhere, maybe just a few buildings away, someone has just opened a door they don't remember owning, or answered a knock they shouldn't have heard, or found a note in their own handwriting they don't remember writing, and their radio is whispering, and their reflections have begun to lag, and the sound of paper tearing has just begun. It started with a whisper. Not the kind that comes from someone standing too close, or murmuring from behind a wall, but the kind that's already inside you before you notice. A gentle hiss curling around your thoughts like smoke in a sealed room. The kind that doesn't say words at first, only ideas, shapes, urges. But the moment you recognize them, it's already too late to call them anything else. And for the next reader, whoever they were, that whisper was the sound of something familiar becoming impossible. I didn't know their name yet. I didn't need to. The city was already folding toward them. I could feel it. The way the sky rippled over the rooftops. The way the streetlights blinked out in sequence, as if leading someone somewhere. The way the clock in my apartment skipped from 2:47 to 3:13 without apology. That's how it begins for all of us. First, the skips. Then the repeats. The radio had been silent for hours, but when it returned, it didn't speak to me. It read aloud from a page I couldn't see. Subject is unaware. Initial contact established via environmental manipulation. Temporal bleed confirmed. Mirror hesitation recorded. Resistance medium. Memory alignment unstable. Commencing page rip, then silence again. But in my walls I heard it. The unmistakable sound of paper tearing. It didn't echo. It didn't roar. It slid, like skin splitting along a wrinkle. And I knew someone had just read the wrong sentence. Somewhere, maybe down the hall, maybe across the city, the next reader had just turned a page they hadn't meant to. Maybe they were cleaning out a drawer. Maybe they dropped their phone behind a desk and reached down and found a letter addressed to a name they'd forgotten was theirs. Maybe they just opened a notebook they didn't remember buying, and on the first page was a sentence written in perfect ink: "What you remember is a choice. What you forget is a door." The tear continued. Slow. Deliberate. A fold unfolding for just a second. enough to let them in. I stood in my apartment, watching the shadow in the corner of the ceiling twist slightly, as if something behind it had taken a breath. The bell on my shelf shuddered once. Then again. Not a ring. Not yet. Just the tremble of recognition. Whoever they were close. That's how it works, I think. The fold always happens in proximity. That's how the ledger watches. That's how the city keeps its rhythm. The first reader wakes the second. The second opens the third. The sequence begins, not with chaos, but with pattern. I stepped outside. The hallway was empty, but the air was heavier than before. Like it had been steeped in something you couldn't name, but could still smell on your skin. Door 6B had a sliver of white peeking out from beneath it. I'd never paid attention to 6B, never met the person who lived there, never heard a sound from inside, but the white was deliberate, too perfect, too clean. A page, I picked it up, blank, until I blinked. Then words appeared, curling across the surface like frost patterns. You are being read. No signature, no address, just that sentence. I turned the page over. On the back, something worse, so is everything around you. I slid the paper back under the door and stepped away. My legs shook. My mouth was dry. Because now, for the first time, I understood the shape of the trap. The folds aren't just pages. They're readers. Every page torn brings something closer. Every word spoken out loud becomes true. This wasn't a haunted city. It was a document. And we were its margins. I walked the streets for hours. The people looked the same, but their movements were too clean. Their blinks too synchronized. Their steps too perfectly measured. Everyone was correcting themselves, like actors rehearsing lines they hadn't memorized yet. I passed a man talking on a payphone. He said, "I told you, it's Thursday 3 times. Exactly the same inflection. Exactly the same breath. When I turned back, the phone cord was cut. The muffs are back too. Not just in my apartment. Everywhere. They don't flap their wings anymore. They vibrate. They're waiting for another bell. But more than that, they're watching. One landed on my shoulder and whispered something directly into my ear. Not a voice. A feeling. It said he started dreaming about the door. That's when I knew. The next reader wasn't just waking up. They were resisting. Trying to pull away from the pages. Trying to ignore the signs. Pretending the fourth knock was just a dream. I wish I could warn them. But that's not how this works. Every warning is just another sentence. Another paragraph. Another page closer to the fold. And the moment they try to write it off, the city writes them in. Back at home, the bell had moved. Not far. Just enough to let me know it wasn't done. And beneath it, a new page had appeared. Not paper. Skin. A flap, smooth and pale, growing out of the wall. And on it, this single line: observe the new reader. Record their fall. My role wasn't over. It had only changed. I was no longer the hinge. Now I was the scribe. The one who watches as the city eats again. And in the distance, faint but growing louder, I heard it, the sound of another pen scratching against a blank page. And the slow, terrible smile of the fold beginning again. Writing used to be an act of control, a way to cage chaos, to pin thought to page and say, "This is mine. I understand this." But not anymore. Not since the city began folding. Not since the walls started breathing and the ink began writing back. Now, writing is something else entirely. Not expression, transcription. Not telling, documenting. And I've been chosen as the scribe. The role wasn't offered. It was assigned. Quietly, without a voice, without ceremony. The moment I picked up the blank page with those 5 awful words. Observe the new reader. Record their fall. Something in me shifted. My hands moved without thought. My breath aligned with the pulse of the bell. My eyes stopped blinking at the right times. I was still me, but not only me. I fought the compulsion for an hour, maybe more. I buried the page beneath my mattress, turned every light on, broke the mirror again just to prove I had the strength. But it didn't matter. My body kept leaning toward the desk. My eyes kept flicking toward the pen. The ledger had passed its finger under my name and slid me down the list, from hinge to reader to scribe. And scribes don't ask questions. They write. So I did. I sat at my desk, hand trembling, and began to document what I saw, even though I couldn't see the new reader. Not fully. Only pieces. Flickers. Like catching someone else's dream playing on a screen inside your eyelids. Her name is Lena. I don't know how I know that, but I do. The same way I know she lives on the west side, 2 stories up, in an apartment where the windows haven't opened in years. She has a chipped red mug she never drinks from but refuses to throw away. She hears the knocking at exactly 2:14 a.m. every night, and she always thinks it's coming from above, even though there's no unit above hers. She doesn't know yet, but she will. Because now I see her. I see her standing in front of the mirror, lifting her hand in confusion as her reflection delays. Just slightly. But enough. Enough to stir the part of the brain that screams when something's wrong but doesn't have the words for it. She touches the glass. Her fingertips leave no mark. I write this down, even as my own reflection watches me from the blank television screen across the room. Lena moves to the closet, not because she wants to, but because the whisper is back. The one that started yesterday when her phone rang and no one spoke on the other end. When she saw her name written on a receipt she hadn't received, the whisper says, "You left it open." The closet door is shut, locked even, but the whisper's never wrong. She checks the knob. It's warm. That's how the fold starts for her, not with fear, with doubt. I write this down too. I can't help it. Every word I put to paper is being absorbed by something beneath the desk. The floorboards pulse faintly beneath my feet, like the city is feeding on the transcription. But it's not just Lena's story I'm writing. Bits of me are bleeding into the pages, too. Little memories I didn't mean to include. My father's cologne. The H behind my right eye when I hear the bell hum. The exact shade of green the hallway walls turned the night the 4th knock came. It's pulling everything from me. And still, I write, because if I stop, I don't know what I become. A hinge without a door. A reader without a story. Something unfinished. Lena sleeps. But not really. She dreams of a room with no walls, only curtains. Behind every curtain, a door. And behind every door, me. Or a version of me. Or someone who used to be me. She doesn't recognize the face, but she feels the pull. In the dream, she opens the door with her name on it. The light behind it is blinding. When she wakes, she'll find a letter on her nightstand, addressed in her own handwriting. She won't remember writing it. Inside will be a sentence. The first time is an accident. The second time is an invitation. And beneath that, a bell, cracked, waiting. She'll touch it. Not to ring it, just to see. But that's all it takes. And I'll write it down, because I have to, because I am the scribe. And when she opens her closet and finds the city behind it, folded, watching, humming, I'll write that too, because it's not just her story. It's ours, all of us. Every name in the ledger, every echo, every knock, and when she finally meets me, not here. Not in the waking world, but inside the page she tears by mistake. I'll look at her and say, "Only this, I'm sorry. But you kept reading." And she'll understand. Too late, but clearly. The way I did, and the way the next one will. There is a moment, a razor, thin breath, between being warned and being invited, and Lena had just crossed it. She sat on the edge of her bed with the letter in her lap, the bell between her fingers, and the weight of the city pressing against the glass of her windows. Her hands shook, not from fear, but from something worse, recognition. Because even if she didn't remember writing the message, even if her handwriting looked too clean, too practiced, part of her believed she had written it. Not in the past, but in a future she hadn't arrived at yet. A version of herself ahead of her in time, writing back through the cracks like a warning sealed inside a bottle tossed upstream. I could see her clearly now. The city had folded enough for our pages to touch. The ink binding us grew thicker with each breath she took. As she turned the letter over in her hands, the fibers of the paper curled slightly, like skin contracting at a whisper. It knew she would read it again. They always do. That's how the fold strengthens, through repetition. Not just reading, but rereading, doubting, going back to confirm what was real, what had been there all along, just out of view. The sentence at the top had changed. "You are being invited." She blinked. That wasn't what it said before. I watched her turn it back, squint, try to remember if she was wrong. She hadn't been, but she would convince herself she was. That was part of the story now. The fold had begun writing her from the inside out. Small edits to her thoughts, little shifts in tone. Her memories, those old, solid things, were being gently reformatted. Downstairs, the hallway lights in her building began to flicker. Not fast, not urgent, just enough to suggest the bulbs were breathing. The neighbors, those filler characters the city had populated to keep her grounded, were beginning to distort. One woman down the hall stood motionless in her doorway, brushing her teeth without toothpaste. A man on the stairs kept dialing the same number on his phone and speaking into it with the wrong voice. Lena noticed. But she didn't scream. She wasn't there yet. The fold doesn't start with panic. It starts with pattern. Subtle wrongnesses lining up like stars in a sky you've never looked at closely. And once they're connected, you realize the shape they form isn't in the sky. It's been staring back through the glass all along. The bell in her hand vibrated once. A small, quick pulse, like a skipped heartbeat. I knew what it meant. The invitation had been accepted. Not aloud, not deliberately, but thoughts are louder here. The ledger hears intentions louder than voices. She had wondered, just once, what might happen if she rang it. That's all it took. The bell didn't sound in her room. It sounded in the fold. And the city turned another page. I dropped my pen. The air around me thickened. Words stopped flowing from my hand because they were already writing themselves elsewhere. Lena's section of the ledger was now active. I wasn't a scribe anymore, not for this part. I had become a reader again, and reading what the city wrote in real, time is like staring directly into lightning. It burns, it blinds, but more than that, it remembers you. Lena opened her closet. She didn't want to, but her body moved with the same gentle inevitability of someone finishing a sentence they didn't start. Inside was not darkness, not anymore. Inside was the chapel, not the one she remembered from childhood, the one she never told anyone about. The one with the broken organ and the dozens of candles always burning even when no one lit them. The one with a locked door in the floor. The one her father said was just a dream. But it wasn't a dream, it was here, inside her closet. The fold had taken it from her memory and reinstated it. I watched, helpless, paralyzed by the weight of the moment, as Lena stepped inside. Her room remained behind her, unchanging, as if frozen in a photograph. But her footsteps didn't echo in the chapel. They were muffled, as if the air itself didn't want to confirm her presence, as if the place wanted to believe it was still empty. The candles flickered. The organ keys shifted slightly, playing a note without touch, and the bell she carried weighed heavier now, not just in her hands, but in the space around her. It was a burden, a key. She approached the altar. There was a book on it now, leather-bound, locked with a hinge made of bone. No title, no clasp. Only a note, written in the same sharp, clean script that had haunted her letter, to be read aloud. She opened it. The first page was blank. But the second page had a sentence. What you read becomes real. What you ignore becomes worse. She closed the book. She almost left. She reached the edge of the threshold, where the closet door flickered behind her, still open. The world was still there. Her bed, her chipped red mug, her version of reality, still intact. But the whisper came again, not behind her, inside her. Read it, it said. or leave and let someone else bleed. And she stepped back, to the altar, to the book, to the second page, and she read, out loud, 7 words. I accept what the city remembers me as. The lights in the chapel died instantly, and the door in the floor opened on its own. I couldn't see what was inside, only that she looked down and whispered, "Is this me?" And the fold smiled, because now it had her, not by force, but by invitation. And that's the difference. You can fight a door that's kicked open, but not one that you unlocked yourself. Some doors are made to keep things out. Others are meant to hold things in. But the door in the floor of Lena's childhood chapel had never belonged to either category. It wasn't made of wood or metal. It didn't creak or groan. It didn't even really open. It peeled like something beneath the surface was finally being allowed to rise, not invited but expected. As Lena stood above it, the air shifted. The light from the candles above did not shine into the pit, because there was nothing for it to reflect off of. No walls, no floor. Just a descent that felt internal. The whisper that had brought her here was silent now. That's how she knew it was waiting. It didn't need to pull her anymore. She had taken too many steps toward the edge. The only thing left was down, and so she stepped in. Not with fear. Not anymore. The invitation had dulled that. When she read those 7 words aloud, something ancient in the fold recognized her. It had listened to her speak in her own voice, and in doing so it gave her a place. Not as a victim, not even as a participant, but as something more sacred, something the fold calls a scribe-bound echo. I didn't know what that meant until I felt it in me. My pen lifted on its own, my fingers twitched. Every letter she stepped downward into that impossible dark. My wrist mirrored her movements with frantic scribbles. Words poured out that I hadn't thought. Phrases formed in my mind like muscle memory I didn't own. I was writing her descent in real time, though I couldn't see her anymore. I could only feel her decisions through the shiver in the paper. The chapel above sealed shut. Not with a bang, but with a sigh. And Lena kept walking. She didn't descend stairs. There were none. The drop wasn't physical, it was narrative. Her thoughts began to change first, not randomly, but like someone was flipping through old pages in her head and highlighting the parts that fit the story. She remembered things differently. She no longer feared the knocking, she anticipated it. The bell no longer felt heavy, it felt rightful. The red mug on her shelf. She now recalled it being given to her by someone she had never met. And in her mind, she accepted that without question. The deeper she went, the more the city rewrote her. That's what the chapel below does. It isn't a place. It's a process. I felt every inch of it. The words I wrote curled back on themselves, looped in strange shapes. My handwriting blurred. Letters crawled across the margins and began to appear before I wrote them, like the story was trying to get ahead of me. Lena reached the bottom when she forgot her last name. It slid off her memory like a wet leaf. She tried to say it. The sound came out hollow, unanchored, and in that moment, the darkness in front of her shimmered. And something stepped forward. It wore her smile, not perfectly, just enough to mock it. Its head tilted slightly too far. Its arms hung limp until they were needed. Its eyes reflected no light, and it spoke, but not in words. In thoughts. You've read the page. You accepted the fold. But you still carry echoes. They must be peeled away. She opened her mouth to reply, but no voice came. Only mine. I spoke aloud, without trying. My mouth moved on its own. The words from my page shaped the sound in my apartment like an involuntary prayer. I remember you, I whispered. But you are not her. Lena heard it. I know she did. Her head turned slightly, like a dreamer startled by their own memory. The creature in front of her hissed at the sound, not in pain, but in annoyance, because the story wasn't finished, and I was still writing. Lena stepped back. The chapel below didn't allow for space, but she made room anyway. Where her name had once sat behind her eyes, Now there was only a blank. The ledger was preparing to rewrite her entirely. But she wasn't ready. Not yet. She gripped the bell again. It trembled, and somewhere inside its cracked silver ribs, something listened. She lifted it, not to ring, not this time. She showed it to the creature, and the creature, her echo, her reflection, her unwritten future, stepped back. Just one step. But enough for her to realize the truth. She still had a choice. Not to leave. That wasn't possible. But to write herself in, on her own terms, to take the story back, and for that, she needed a pen. The chapel provided it, a long brittle feather, black as wet ink, growing out of the ground like a root. She plucked it. She opened the book on the altar that had followed her down into the pit, and she wrote, "I was not invited." I arrived. The ground split. The bell screamed, and I felt every word of it flood into my bones. Because now, Lena wasn't being written. She was writing. And the fold, for the first time, flinched. There are stories that whisper their endings long before you reach them. You feel their shape in the shadows, sense the curve of their arc in your gut. But this story, Lena's story, was never shaped by narrative gravity. It wasn't heading toward a climax. It was digging. Layer by layer, deeper than character or plot or memory, down into the bone, where names rot and voices get rewritten. And now Lena stood in the core of it, pen in hand, bell trembling by her feet, with her own echo recoiling into the dark like a lie exposed to light. The sentence she'd written, "I was not invited, I arrived," was still hanging in the air. Not figuratively. The words hovered, slow and alive, burning with a faint violet hue above the altar. The fold wasn't built to accommodate authors, only readers, only scribes. But Lena had just changed her classification. She didn't wait for permission. She declared her presence. And the ledger didn't like that. It responded the only way it knew how. It peeled again. A sound like wet cloth tearing echoed through the chapel below. The pit she descended into groaned around her, and every surface, floor, walls, even the air, began to crack. Thin fault lines shimmered in impossible patterns, not like earthquakes, like corrections. Like the story was trying to erase her sentence before it spread. I could feel it from where I sat, miles away. The pen on my desk screamed across the page. My hand bled. Not from any wound, but from pressure. The pressure of trying to hold onto Lena's words as the fold fought to overwrite them. Ink poured like sweat. The paper curled at the corners. The room I sat in groaned and bent inward slightly, like it too was being written over. But I kept going. Because I had to record what she was doing. Because, for the first time in this story, someone was changing it. Lena turned to face her reflection. The twisted thing that had greeted her in the pit, it no longer smiled. Its mouth hung slack, loose and afraid. She stepped closer, pen in one hand, bell in the other. And the moment she moved, it screeched. A sound like 1,000 teeth grinding against glass. It lunged, claws outstretched. But she didn't run. She wrote. In the air, she carved letters into the darkness with the feather, pen, leaving slashes of glowing text behind. You are not me. You are what was left when I stopped forgetting. The creature froze. Not stunned. Not hurt. Trapped? It tried to speak. No sound came. The sentence held it in place like a web spun from truth. And Lena, now breathing heavy, face pale and wet with sweat, stepped closer and said, "You're not my echo. You're my edit." The chapel cracked again. Above her, the trapdoor opened on its own. Not because it was ready to let her go, because it couldn't hold her anymore. The fold was reacting like a frightened animal, backing away, unsure of what she'd become. Because there's no defense against someone who rewrites themselves. She turned back to the altar, where the violet sentence still hovered above the book. The pen in her hand had begun to wither, as if its life was draining. She dipped it once more into her own palm, dragging blood for ink. Then she wrote one final line in the margins of the book, "Let the bell ring only for those who believe they deserve to hear it." and the bell rang. Not loud, not violent. It chimed once, clear, elegant, undeniable, and the fold listened. I felt it in the city, in the streets, in the way the clouds stopped moving and held their breath. I felt it in the silence that followed, in the way my apartment felt less like a trap and more like a window. For the first time since this began, the pages stilled. Lena climbed back up through the trapdoor. She emerged in her closet. The chapel was gone. No candles, no altar, no crack in the floor, just sweaters and shoes. But the bell was still in her hand. And the book, it stayed in the pit. She left it there, exactly where it needed to be, beneath the surface, buried in the broken script of all the stories that tried to undo her. And for a few seconds, the city blinked. Not her, not me. The city, its edges flickered, its rhythm paused. Something vast and unseen shifted in its sleep, because someone had written a sentence it couldn't erase. And now, somewhere in its folds, it was rewriting itself. There are moments in every story where time doesn't move forward. It waits, breath held, muscles locked, ink suspended in the air before it touches paper. That moment, thin as a blade and just as dangerous, is where Lena now stood, not in her apartment, not in the chapel, but in that invisible pause between what had just been written and what could never be unwritten. The city was quiet, not still, quiet. The difference mattered. Stillness could be blamed on chance, a late night, a lull in traffic, a paused moment before the next chapter. But this was different. The quiet stretched. It was intentional, as if the fold was listening too closely now, as if Lena's refusal to be erased had caused the story itself to stumble, miss a line, forget its place in the script. I felt it from where I sat, still gripping my pen, pages smeared with ink and sweat. For the first time since I was made scribe, the words had stopped. Not because there was nothing to write, but because something else was about to write back. Lena paced her apartment in slow, deliberate steps. Every sound echoed just slightly longer than it should. Her shoes squeaked against the floor once, but that squeak repeated a half second later, like a late echo or a memory being copied. She stopped moving, held her breath, and somewhere in the building, something stopped too. That was the moment she knew the fold hadn't given up. It was rewinding. I watched her from the margin of the page. Not literally, but that's the only way I can describe it. When I closed my eyes, I could see her apartment floor plan drawn in ink, floating behind my eyelids. She was a black mark moving across pale paper, her decisions leaving creases. The city was waiting for her to make a mistake, not a big one, just a repeat. The fold feeds on repetition, on patterns, on certainty, but Lena had broken that. She'd introduced choice, and now, every step she took forward was a new variable the city didn't know how to process. She poured a glass of water, set it on the counter, didn't drink it. That was the first mistake, not drinking it, setting it down. The city remembered that gesture from before. It locked onto the loop. The glass shimmered. Lena didn't notice at first. She walked to the window. The street outside was wrong. Not terrifying, just misaligned. Trees leaned in directions they hadn't before. The lampposts flickered in Morse code. No cars moved. No people walked. And yet the echoes did. Not people. Repeats. Copies of strangers she'd passed days before, now retracing their exact steps. One woman bent down to tie her shoe. Again and again. A man in a brown jacket waved across the street at no one, over and over. None of them noticed they were stuck. That's how the city rewinds you. It makes your memories walk without you. Then the glass shattered. Lena turned. Water spilled across the counter. Slowly, unnaturally. It didn't drip, it crept. Like it had intentions. Like it was trying to rewrite the space it touched. And in the center of the spill, ink appeared. A single word, spreading like a bruise, return. I gripped my pen tighter. The city was trying to reset her. It couldn't erase her boldness, but it could walk her backward, nudge her into old habits, lure her into choices she'd already made. If it could push her into repeating just one moment, just one, it could resume control. She stared at the word on the counter, and for a moment I saw her waver, her hand twitched, her eyes narrowed, and then she laughed, soft, quiet, but real. She wiped the ink away with the sleeve of her shirt and said, "You're not listening anymore, are you? You're just echoing." And the room shivered, because she was right. The fold wasn't watching her now. It was mirroring her, hoping to catch a glimpse of who she used to be so it could pull her back into place. She whispered, "You're stalling." I felt something tighten in my chest. My hand moved to write, but nothing came. No words, no line, just blank. And then Lena turned and did something I hadn't seen since this all began. She picked up the bell, not to ring, not to listen. She took it outside, down the stairs, out the door, onto the empty street where the echoes twitched in their loops. And she walked between them. No fear, no questions. Just a girl with a bell in her hand and defiance in her spine. She stopped in the center of the crosswalk, looked up at the sky, still frozen in that strange, almost afternoon hue, and she whispered something I couldn't hear. Then she rang the bell. Once. Hard. And every echo on the street stopped, not gradually, immediately. They didn't look at her. They didn't dissolve. They simply stood still. And in the silence that followed, the air around her rippled, like the page itself had been creased. I could barely write fast enough. My fingers burned from the speed. My wrist ached. But I had to capture it. This moment, this impossibility. Because the city had no plan for this. For someone who didn't want to escape, or submit, or be rewritten. Lena had stopped playing along. She wasn't just walking between the lines anymore. She was writing her own. And the fold, for the first time in its long, silent life, was being read back. Part 20, The Fold Reads Back, will follow next. Part 20, The Fold Reads Back. When Lena rang the bell in the street, she didn't just break the silence. She called its bluff. The echoes froze, suspended mid-motion like actors caught between scenes, their movements stripped of intention, puppets held up by a failing script. Streetlights flickered erratically overhead, one blinking in long, deliberate pulses. Dot, 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 dash, 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 dot, dot, dot. A desperate Morse for SOS. But no one was coming to save them. There was no one left to hear them. The city was listening to her now, and the fold, ancient and arrogant, began to read her actions the way it had read every thought, dream, and stumble before. But this time, it choked on what it found. It tried to frame her, like it always did. It scanned her for weakness, sought out the patterns in her movements, the cadence of her breathing, the places in her past where regret left a mark. That's what it had always done. It didn't attack directly. It rewrote. Gently, softly. It made you forget the door was locked. It made you believe the knocking was natural. It made you nod when you should have screamed. But Lena didn't nod anymore. She didn't flinch. She stood at the center of a city that had folded over itself more times than anyone remembered and forced it to pause. And that pause, that was when it began to read her. I felt it before I saw it. A vibration, not in the paper, but in the air. My windows trembled. The lights flickered once and didn't come back. My hand still held the pen, but it wouldn't move. And for the first time, I realized the fold wasn't reacting to what she was doing. It was reacting to how. To the sheer impossibility of a character who'd found their way to the spine of the story and refused to follow the plot. That's when the reflection returned. Not Lena's. Mine. It appeared in the black television screen across my apartment, not mirroring me, but watching. Not blinking, not breathing. Just staring back with a version of my own eyes that knew something I didn't. And then it spoke, not out loud, not in a whisper. It spoke through the pen in my hand. It wrote me. 5 words: "You are being read back." My chest tightened. My knees buckled. Because I understood in that instant what Lena had triggered. The fold, stripped of power, was now retaliating the only way it could, by turning its gaze on the narrator, on me. I was no longer the scribe. I was the subject. And Lena. She'd bought me time. Because while the fold bent its gaze toward me, trying to find my edges, Lena moved. She walked past the frozen echoes, ignoring their vacant faces, their glitching gestures. She approached the bookstore, the same one that used to be boarded up, forgotten, half swallowed by time. But tonight, the windows glowed faintly, and the open sign buzzed, even though no one had flipped it. The door creaked open on its own. Inside, dust clung to the air like memory. Every surface seemed wrapped in stillness, but on the central table, just beneath the brass lamp with the cracked shade, sat a book. She didn't remember walking there. She didn't remember why it mattered, but she knew it did. She sat, picked it up. The cover was smooth, leather, no title. Inside, blank pages, until she touched them. Then, words rose slowly from the fibers like heat from pavement after rain. Letters formed her name, not once, but twice. One as she was meant to be. And for the first time, she understood the fold hadn't just been reading her. It had been waiting to decide which version to keep. But now, it no longer had that choice. She turned to the next page. It held only one sentence, write what the fold can't read. She dipped her finger in the bell's cracked edge. Blood again, always blood, and pressed it to the page. Then, trembling, breathing harder now, she wrote, "My silence." And with that, the page went black. In my apartment, the pen snapped. The mirror shattered. The lights died, not because of electricity, but because the fold recoiled. It couldn't read silence. It couldn't echo a void. Lena had found its blind spot. And in that blind spot, she became something it had no word for. Not a scribe, not a reader, not a hinge, not a name. She became the pause. The one moment the city could not track. The breath between thoughts. The glitch between pages. And as she stood in that quiet, looking at the blackened book in her hands, the world outside the shop began to fracture. Not collapse, fracture. A slow, careful unthreading. Buildings shimmered like heat mirages. Roads folded back into themselves. Doorways stretched into frames without walls. The sky turned to paper. The stars dimmed like they'd been crossed out. Because the fold wasn't ending. It was being rewritten, and it didn't know who was writing it anymore. Lena stepped outside. She rang the bell one final time, not to call something, but to warn it. That its words no longer held, that its rules had been read through, and now the city had a silence at its center, a silence shaped like her. Silence used to be absence, an empty hallway, a paused breath, a moment waiting to be filled. But not anymore. Not in the city. Not in the fold. Lena had changed that. Her silence wasn't a void, it was presence. Heavy, unshakable, alive. And the city felt it. You could see it in the way the buildings leaned back, unsure of their structure. You could hear it in the places where noise used to belong. Traffic, voices, the distant ring of bells, all erased, replaced by a silence that watched you. She moved through the streets like a ghost the fold forgot to bury. Each step she took was unchained from the page, unwritten by the rules that had shaped every character before her. The echoes were gone now, not collapsed, not broken, just missing. As if the city had panicked, yanked them out of existence, rather than let them witness what came next. She passed store windows where mannequins had turned to face her. Their arms, once frozen mid-pose, now hung slack at their sides. Their heads followed her, but she didn't flinch. The silence moved with her like a second skin, and the fold, afraid to breathe, held its breath. In my apartment, the air had turned thick. Every clock had stopped at 3:33. My television flickered without power, displaying still images of places I hadn't been. Tunnels lit by candles, staircases descending into water, pages burning in reverse. The city wasn't just folding anymore. It was splitting. And I was caught in the seam, the pressure line between story and storyteller. The pen had long since broken, but the pages still turned, not by hand, by need. And what I saw on them now terrified me. It wasn't Lena I was reading anymore. It was the fold writing itself, desperately, sloppily, like an animal clawing at its own skin to remove the infection she'd left behind. The infection of silence, of unpredictability, of free will. The pages showed diagrams, blueprints of rooms that never ended, maps of hallways that turned inward, instructions for containment written in languages that twisted my stomach to look at. Every plan the fold had ever used to restore order, failing, because silence isn't a thing you fix, it's a thing you face. And Lena was forcing the fold to listen. She had returned to her apartment, but nothing was the same. The walls pulsed with low static. Her reflection no longer showed in mirrors. Her voice, if she spoke, didn't echo. And the bell, once a tool, now a warning, sat on her windowsill, humming softly. That's when she did something I didn't expect. She wrote again, not in the blackened book, not in blood. She wrote on the wall, with chalk, with charcoal, with ash, anything she could find. Symbols at first, then phrases, then questions, not answers, not conclusions. Who started the fold? What was it before it rid us? How long have we been inside? And beneath each one, a space, not for replies, for listening. Because she understood now that silence isn't just quiet, it's signal. And if she listened long enough, deeply enough, she might hear the truth that was too loud for the fold to say out loud. And then she wrote one final phrase. What does it sound like when the city screams? The walls shook. A hairline crack split her ceiling, and in the sky above the city the clouds peeled, like wet paper torn in slow motion, revealing not sky, but pages. Millions of them, all blank, all watching. The city had no answer. It had only reaction. And the first reaction was to try and isolate her. The door to her apartment locked, not just physically, structurally. The knob turned to bone, the hinges sealed into flesh. The windows blinked and disappeared one by one, as if ashamed of what they might see. And Lena, calm as ever, sat in the center of her floor and began to hum. No melody, just noise, soft, steady, inhuman, unreadable. And somewhere inside the fold something broke, because it couldn't repeat what it couldn't recognize. Her silence had evolved. Now it had form, now it had sound, now it had teeth. And all across the city, people began to wake up, not from sleep, from story. A man in the subway blinked twice and realized the tracks led in a circle. A child drawing in crayon stopped and asked her mother why the sun was always in the same place. An old woman looked out her window and screamed, not in fear, but in memory, because she remembered a time before the page. Lena had cracked the fold. And now the silence was spreading. They say that nothing bleeds unless it's alive. But whoever said that never met the fold, because on the 22nd night of Lena's silence, after her questions had been scrawled across every wall in her apartment, after her hum had wormed its way into the city's subconscious, something began to bleed. Not in her home, not even in the places where the fold had first cracked. It started in the sky. A single red line split the clouds above the city like a paper cut too deep to ignore. No thunder, no rain. Just a slow, deliberate trickle. It wasn't blood in the human sense. Too thick, too dark, too aware. It moved like ink, but it didn't fall. It descended with purpose, dripping in straight lines from the cloud pages that now visibly fluttered overhead. It wasn't the sky anymore. It hadn't been for a long time. It was script, and now it was bleeding out. Lena stood at her window, though the glass had long since stopped reflecting, and stared at the sky with eyes that no longer flinched. She didn't blink when the first drop landed on her windowsill, sizzling quietly, eating a perfect hole through the wood before soaking into the floor. She didn't run when the second landed on her shoulder, cold as memory. She simply closed her eyes and whispered, "Now you're listening." Because she knew. The fold had never screamed because it couldn't conceive of pain. Now, for the first time, it wasn't in control, and it hated that. It didn't know how to suffer quietly. So it bled. All across the city, people began to feel it. Those who had stirred earlier, those who had blinked themselves free of the loop, looked up and remembered. Not everything. Not yet, but enough. They remembered doors that had once led somewhere else. They remembered days that had never passed. They remembered other names. Not just theirs, everyone's. As if the city had filed down their pasts to a set of predictable stubs, and now the real ones were growing back like teeth. I felt it too. In my apartment, the walls had begun to soften. The texture of the paint peeled back to reveal not plaster, but paper. Every step I took left faint indentations. The air itself smelled like pulp and ash. I hadn't written in hours, hadn't dared to, but my hands still shook with the tremor of story. Something was forming in the pit of my stomach, something hot and unwelcome. Not pain, not dread, recognition. Because I knew what was coming. The bleed wasn't just a symptom, it was a summons. And Lena was the cause. She walked through the city now like she owned it. Not like a tyrant, like a truth. No echo dared return. No false reflections peered back. The buildings, unsure of themselves, tilted subtly to watch her pass. The streets made way for her. Doors unlatched without touch. Her silence wasn't silence anymore. It had matured. It had learned. It had patterned itself against the fold's language, mimicked it just enough to slip beneath the radar. Now it was unreadable code, the ultimate infection, and the city knew it. That's when the pages began to burn. It started on street corners. Small fires with no fuel. Flame that danced in reverse. Shrinking, folding inward, eating letters off of signs and syllables out of speech. Conversations became stutters. Songs reversed mid-chorus. Names blurred. People stopped speaking not out of fear, but because there was nothing left to say. The fold was cannibalizing its own content in an attempt to purge what Lena had seeded. But the fire only spread, because you can't burn silence. You can't unwrite a pause. Lena walked into the old library, what was left of it. The shelves had become bones, rib cages of forgotten stories. Books pulsed on their own, covers opening and closing like mouths trying to scream. She found the central aisle, where the catalog drawers had been twisted open, and in the heart of that hollow structure, she laid the bell. She didn't ring it. She listened to it. And in that moment, the pages above the city stopped bleeding. Not because they healed, because they looked down. They saw her, and for the first time in its existence, the fold hesitated. That hesitation was everything, because it meant doubt. And in a system built entirely on pattern and repetition, doubt is a virus. A man walking on the street saw the same page burning in his hand that he had never picked up. A child blinked and watched her drawing melt into the wall. An old woman reached for her door and found it gone. Everywhere, the fold was breaking, but it didn't break all at once. It retaliated. Through me, my pen moved again, but not by choice. The words came fast, unfiltered, blinding. I wasn't writing. I was being written through. My hands seized, my breath caught in my throat, and the ink on my desk pulsed like a heartbeat. It wasn't Lena's story anymore. It was mine. The fold had shifted its gaze. Lena must have felt it. She turned, looked toward the eastern corner of the city, my corner, and her silence vanished for the first time in days. "Don't," she said. One word, but it stopped the page. My pen exploded in my hand. The walls shuddered, and the pages above the city folded once more, but not into new shapes, into smaller ones, as if trying to collapse the story entirely. But the bell in the library hummed, and the sound, faint and impossible, spread like frost over fire. It didn't stop the collapse. It slowed it. Lena picked up a book from a broken shelf, opened to a blank page, and wrote, in firm, measured hand, "We are not stories. We are pauses between them," and the page blood, but not with ink, with possibility. There's a place between endings and beginnings where stories don't know who they belong to anymore. A narrow crack where all the things that could have happened curl up beside the ones that never will. And wait. This place has no doors, no floor, no sky. It's not marked on any map, not whispered in any dream. And yet, Lena had found it. Or maybe worse, it had found her. She stood at the edge of the library's last aisle, the bell humming behind her like a heartbeat, too slow to be human. The city outside was folding again, tighter now, like a book being slammed shut around a single word that refused to be erased. And Lena. Lena was no longer a character walking between paragraphs. She was something unwritten carving herself into the spine of the story. And the fold, desperate, furious, and confused, had finally stopped trying to remove her. It was trying to contain her. That's why it built the threshold. She didn't see it at first. It didn't look like much, just an empty frame. A doorway, with no door standing in the center of the library's reading room. But the moment she turned toward it, the air tilted. The hum of the bell grew sharp, slicing through her ears like a wire under tension. The books around her flickered, their covers twitching open and closed, as if unsure whether they should speak or scream. Through the frame, Lena saw only fog. Not thick, not rolling. Perfect. Like someone had scraped the page clean and left only possibility behind. She stepped closer. Not out of bravery. Out of necessity. Because the further she moved into this war between silence and story, the more she understood the fold wasn't afraid of her voice. It was afraid of what happened when she refused to speak at all. It needed her to choose. Because possibility isn't chaos, it's pressure. It builds and builds until something gives. Until a writer picks a path. Until a scribe locks in a line. Until someone makes it real. Lena wasn't making anything real. She was just being. And that was unbearable to the fold. She reached out toward the frame. And the moment her hand crossed its invisible boundary, her body rippled. Not physically, not visibly, but deeply. Like her outline was being traced again by another version of herself watching from the other side. Her hand recoiled instinctively, but not from pain, from recognition. Because inside that threshold wasn't just the shape of a new future. It was all of them. Every possibility she'd never lived. Every moment she'd almost chosen. Every life she'd almost been handed by an author who was no longer in control. She stepped through, and the silence collapsed behind her. Not shattered, not broken, it folded. Carefully, respectfully, like something laying down its weapon. And suddenly, she wasn't in the city anymore. She was in a room, white, endless, still, but not empty. There were chairs, one, two, then dozens, forming as she walked, each one filled with a version of herself. A Lena with darker hair, a Lena with scars, a Lena holding the hand of someone Lena had never met, a Lena without a bell, a Lena without a name. They looked at her, some curious, others cautious. None of them spoke, because here speech was law, and law wasn't welcome. At the far end of the white expanse stood a table, small, simple. Upon it a single book, not hers, ours, the one the fold had used to trap this entire city, the one filled with echoes, edits, and endings that had never been earned. She approached slowly. Her feet didn't make a sound. Her breath felt borrowed. But she knew, if she could reach that book, she could end it. Not close it, end it, because this was the room where possibility sleeps. And she had just woken it up. I felt her decision like a second heartbeat in my chest. The paper on my floor moved on its own, the shredded edges pulling together, reassembling into a crude map. It showed her. Me, all of it. But there was a tear running through the center, one that widened each time I looked too closely. My apartment groaned. The air buzzed with pressure. My windows showed nothing. Not blackness, not white, just blank. Lena placed her hand on the book. The ground shuddered. Her reflections, those alternate selves, stood in unison. The book opened. Inside, no words, just a mirror. Not a metaphor, a literal mirror. And for the first time, she saw what the fold had been hiding. There was no writer, no God, no master of the page, just readers. Billions of eyes that never questioned what they were told. that accepted plot without protest, that watched silence and called it depth, that let the fold feed on their compliance. And now, they were watching her, waiting to see what she'd do. Lena raised the bell, and didn't ring it. She crushed it in her hand. The sound it made wasn't a chime. It was a tear. The pages above the city ripped, the sky fell in strips, and the story, for the first time, bled backward. It began not with a roar, not with a scream, but with the soft, wet tearing sound of paper pulling itself apart. A whisper through the sky. A tremor under the skin of the city. It wasn't wind or thunder. It was script unbinding itself from the bones of the world. As Lena stood over the broken remains of the bell, a ripple moved through every word the fold had ever written. This wasn't the start of a new chapter. This was the book beginning to consume itself. The mirror within the book shimmered. Its surface wreathed like a living pool, not glass, not reflection, but intent. It showed her things, glimpses of lives that had almost been hers, scenes that played out like dreams caught between two waking thoughts. A version of her had stayed in the city, forgotten everything, married the echo of a man who never existed. Another had left through the chapel door long before it ever whispered to her. One never found the bell. One was still screaming inside it. But the one thing they all had in common was that none of them had chosen their story. Not until now. Lena stepped back, leaving the book open behind her. The other versions of herself remained still, watching, silent, not ghosts, not memories, outcomes. But they were beginning to fade. Their outlines blurred, as if their own weight in the story was vanishing the longer Lena refused to accept them. They were options she had rejected. And now, like unused ink drying in a forgotten pen, they were slipping out of existence. Because the story was unraveling. The city outside had started to deform. Not collapse, not yet. It was far worse than that. It was rewriting faster than it could think. Street lamps blinked into trees. Roads turned to staircases that led nowhere. Apartments stacked into impossible towers, where the walls curled inward, and people walked upside down, talking backwards, spouting lines they hadn't spoken in years. Conversations looped and frayed, names glitched, eyes flickered. The city had gone recursive. It was eating its own continuity to stay alive. And at the center of it stood Lena, the glitch, the pause. The unwritten pause the fold had never accounted for. Not rebellion, not prophecy, just a single, self-made sentence the story couldn't answer. I sat on the floor of my apartment, the ceiling above me slowly softening, paint peeling in letters I couldn't read. My notes had turned to mulch. My journal bled through its own pages, black ink spreading like disease, whispering names that weren't mine. The pen I used didn't work anymore. It wrote ahead of me, and for the first time I understood. I wasn't chronicling this. I was being used to delay her. My notes, my scribing, my desperate attempt to follow Lena's journey, it was all part of the fold's defense. If I was busy transcribing her steps, I wouldn't walk with her. If I was writing her decisions, I wouldn't make my own. But Lena had stopped following, and now the story had no script left to feed on. So it turned inward, it devoured itself. Lena stepped back into the white room. The mirror was gone. So were the other selves. What remained was silence, true silence. Not absence, but completion. The kind of quiet that follows something absolute. The kind that knows it cannot be undone. She knelt, pressed her hand to the white floor, and the world began to shrink, not visually, not physically, narratively. Whole neighborhoods vanished from memory. Side characters dissolved like smoke. Locations flickered out like candle flames. If no one remembered them, if no one read them, they couldn't exist. And Lena had made sure no one would read this story the same way again. The fold screamed, not audibly, not in language. Its scream came in the form of pattern collapse, grammar breaking, events happening out of order, time skipping, reactions without causes, causes with no outcomes, sentences shortening, thoughts blurring, whole paragraphs disappearing. I felt it in my bones. One moment I was standing at my window. The next, I was back at the desk. Then the hallway. Then my old childhood home. Then nowhere. The fold was panicking. It had started to loop me too. But Lena, she moved in one direction, forward. Not toward escape. Not toward control. But toward closure. The kind of closure the fold could never give her. Because she'd written her own ending. Not in the book. Not in the bell. But in silence. She opened her mouth and said nothing, and the last pages of the fold burned in shame. They tried to stitch in a final paragraph, a redemption arc, a twist, a clean, contained finale that would allow the story to continue beyond her. But there was no space left for fiction, only fact. And the fact was the fold had failed, because it tried to read her, and forgot she could refuse to be understood. The city began to peel from the corners like wallpaper in heat. Underneath nothing, not void, just absence. No formatting, no narrative, no imposed meaning. Just the raw, blank freedom of what could be. And as Lena walked into that space, the final sentence of the fold carved itself across the sky, not triumphant, not bitter, just terrified. She is not ours. And then the story was gone. After the story collapsed, there was no fanfare, no crack of thunder, no thunderous hush of a curtain falling, just absence, the kind of deep, echoless stillness that doesn't ask for attention because it doesn't even know how to be noticed. The city, what was left of it, had stopped remembering itself. Street signs no longer held letters. Buildings stood without names. Faces passed by without recognition. But they didn't wander. They didn't panic. Because something in them, something unspoken, understood. The fold had ended, and the story they were trapped in had forgotten its title. Lena walked among them like someone who no longer needed to be seen. She wasn't being followed. She wasn't being written. The city didn't track her anymore because it couldn't. It was as if her presence had turned to static against its memory, an unscannable barcode where identity used to be. She passed a mirror and didn't check her reflection. Not because she feared it, but because she knew it had no use left. There was no character left to rehearse. She was done performing, but the world around her, it wasn't quite sure what to do now. The buildings leaned without intention, their architecture no longer reinforced by purpose. The people, stripped of scripted motivation, now moved with the slowness of waking limbs. Some cried without knowing why. Others stared at blank books, waiting for words to appear. A man sat on a park bench and whispered the same question again and again. What chapter is this? But no answer came. Because the pages were gone, the author was gone. And the book no longer had a name. And yet one thing remained. The library. Its doors hadn't closed. Its walls hadn't burned. It hadn't dissolved with the rest of the fold. It stood, timid, trembling, but present, as if afraid to find out whether it had been spared or simply overlooked. Lena approached it slowly. The silence around her moved like a tide. The bell was gone. She had crushed it. But the hum it had carried now lived in her. When she stepped through the doors, the air shifted. Inside, the books were still there, but they were blank. Every shelf, every spine, every tome that once carried the weight of predetermined fate now sat open to empty pages. No words, no punctuation, just potential. It wasn't destruction, it was reset. The fold, in trying to survive her silence, had consumed itself, and now the remains waited like soil after fire. Lena ran her fingers across a dusty cover. It shivered beneath her touch, almost alive. But it did not write, not without her. She approached the central table again. Where once a mirror had shown her all she could have been, there was now only a single book, new, leather, bound, with no markings, not even hers. She sat down, opened the cover, and smiled, because inside, on the very first page, was a question written in a hand she didn't recognize, but a voice she understood. What will you write when no one is watching? Not who are you? Not what did you survive? Just what now? And that terrified her more than any echo ever had. Because freedom, real freedom, isn't escape, it's responsibility. She had severed the thread, unwritten the rules, undone the patterns. And now, there was nothing stopping her from writing something worse. From becoming the next version of the thing she'd just destroyed. The city wouldn't resist her. It didn't know how. She could fill the pages with anything. Order, chaos, worship, fear, and it would follow. But Lena didn't pick up a pen. She closed the book and left it on the table, because she knew nothing was the truest end she could give it. Outside, the people were beginning to remember. Not what they had lived, but what they hadn't. Old choices returned like ghosts. Forgotten roads reappeared. Names held weight again, not because the story told them so, but because they chose to carry them. Lena stood at the edge of the street, eyes on the horizon where sky met the blank stretch of unwritten land. It rolled forward forever, unformed and humming with potential, and she understood what it meant. The fold hadn't been a monster. Not really. It had been fear pretending to be structure, control masquerading as order, a safety net that had become a noose. And now it was over, not banished, not killed, just forgotten. Like a book no one ever picks up again. And as she turned away from the city, her back to its haunted alleys and flickering lamplight, the wind carried something soft past her ear, not words, not voice, a breath, a pause, a beginning. She smiled and stepped off the last line of the last page. Lena crossed the final street without a backward glance. There was no applause, no chorus of grateful voices, no celebration waiting at the city's edge. And yet, in that silence, there was a strange warmth, like the hush that follows a storm so violent you forget how quiet the world can be. Behind her, the city stood still, not paralyzed but catching its breath. Ahead of her stretched a vast, unmarked space. No roads, no signs, no skyline, just open, colorless air. An earth that hadn't yet made up its mind what shape it wanted to be. There were no margins here, no lines to color inside, no borders to trap a thought. This was not a new page. It was the space between books. And Lena had stepped into it. Each footfall made no sound. The world didn't push back against her presence the way the fold once had. It didn't bend to her, either. It simply was. And for the first time, Lena wasn't moving toward something. She wasn't chasing clues or resisting structure. She wasn't running from the story or trying to outwrite it. She was just walking. And in every step, something buried deep in her spine began to ease. Something coiled tight for longer than she'd ever known. But even in this nameless openness, the past clung. She felt it in flickers. The memory of the chapel door, how it had opened when it should have stayed shut. The hum of the bell, now a quiet echo in her bones. The faces of the not people, the ones she'd passed, the ones who spoke only when watched. And worst of all, the sound of her own voice saying nothing, because silence had become her weapon, her rebellion, her final act of authorship. But now, in this place where no one watched and nothing listened, her silence felt unneeded. She tried to speak. Nothing came out. Not because she was afraid, because her voice no longer needed to prove anything. Still, the silence here was different. Not tense, not watchful, but expectant. Like the world itself was waiting to see what she would make of it. There were no instructions, no page numbers, no hidden doors. Just a single rule written not in ink, but in the feeling of the air around her. Whatever you make here, you will have to live inside. And that was when the horizon rippled. Not like heat, like possibility. Shapes flickered into view and blinked away. A staircase that led into mist. A child's swing hanging from nothing. A doorway made of velvet that flapped in a wind that didn't exist. None of it stayed long. Nothing held form. This place didn't offer gifts. It reflected desire. And Lena, she wasn't sure what she wanted. She sat down, not because she was tired, but because she needed to feel something solid. The ground beneath her knees was smooth and warm. not like stone, not like grass. It didn't mimic the world she'd left behind. It waited for her to define it. She pressed her palm into the earth and whispered. Not a word, just a thought, and the ground beneath her shifted, rippled, and answered. It gave her a tree, small, bare, rooted in nothing but presence, and somehow, that was enough. The branches reached up like fingers stretching after a long sleep. No leaves, no fruit, but alive. And she realized then in the city, everything had a function, a label, a role to fill. Here, in the place without margins, things could just be. The tree didn't have to offer shade. It didn't need to bear fruit. It was enough that it existed. She lay down beneath it and dreamed. Not the dreams fed to her by the fold, not the looping stories, the false memories, the tidy endings. She dreamed her own mind, vast, messy, real. She dreamed of music that couldn't be written, of names she hadn't yet heard, of people who might be born later, in other silences. She dreamed a city that didn't need stories to hold it together. She dreamed of echoes that refused to repeat. And when she woke, the tree had grown, still bare, still small, but undeniably taller. Something had listened, and she wasn't alone. On the horizon, another figure moved, slow, careful. Like they, too, had broken free and walked beyond the edge. She didn't stand. She didn't call out. She just watched as the shape drew closer. Not with suspicion, but with something else. Hope. Because maybe this wasn't a place for stories after all. Maybe this was a place for beginnings. Not the kind that lead to endings. The kind that simply continue. And Lena understood then, fully and completely, the fold had never been the villain. The fold had simply believed it knew what came next. And belief, when left unchecked, becomes prison. But this place, this was belief shattered. This was freedom so raw it could wound. And she was ready, not to write it, not to control it, but to live in it, as herself. Unscripted, unnamed, uncontained. The world didn't cheer. It didn't crown her. It didn't even answer. It simply remained. And for Lena, that was the most beautiful thing of all. The tree stood taller the next day. Or maybe there were no days anymore. No sun to rise or set. No ticking clock to draw a line between before and after. Still, Lena felt it. Growth. Change. Quiet movement in a place where noise had once ruled. She sat beneath the tree, legs stretched out on the smooth, undefined earth. And for the first time in longer than she could remember, she allowed herself to feel still. Not trapped, not watched. Just still. There were no sounds but her breath. And in this soundless place, even breath became a kind of music. Not a song, not a rhythm, but a reminder that she was here. Alive, separate, free, and yet part of something larger than herself, something building without blueprints, something growing without instruction. The tree was not hers, but it had come from her. A thought that had shaped itself, a fragment of intention that took form. It bore no fruit, cast no shadow, but its presence anchored her. She didn't want to move, and yet she knew she couldn't stay still forever. Even here, in the place without margins, time moved in a way she couldn't see. The open world around her wasn't frozen. It was waiting, not for answers, not for structure, but for decision. What to keep, what to let go, what to grow. And so she stood, slowly, with the ache of someone who'd lived too long under someone else's gravity. Her body felt lighter than before, not weightless, but unburdened, as if each memory the fold had tried to cage her with had finally turned to ash and blown away in the wind that didn't exist here, but still somehow moved her hair. She reached out and touched the tree again, and this time it responded. A single root curled upward from the earth, brushing her foot, then sinking back, not violently, not like a trap, like a hello. She smiled. And then she heard the voice, not out loud, not external. It bloomed inside her mind like warmth returning to a limb long numbed. You are not alone. It wasn't a statement. It wasn't comfort. It was fact. She turned, and the figure she'd seen before, the one walking the horizon, was closer now. Not close enough to see clearly, just close enough to feel. The shape was human, probably, but the way it moved was wrong in all the right ways. Not broken, not corrupted, just different. Like someone who had learned to walk without footsteps. Lena didn't run. She didn't hide. She waited, and the closer the figure came, the more the air shimmered between them, as if their existences were brushing. Then the figure stopped, and sat, a safe distance, but present. Lena felt no threat, no agenda, just presence. Together they sat in silence, not awkward, not empty, but shared. And in that shared quiet, something extraordinary happened. The ground around them began to sprout, not violently, not like a story trying to decorate itself. This wasn't symbolism, this was response. Small blades of grass, thin, glassy, white with no green, poked through the soil. They made no sound, but Lena felt them singing. Not music, not language, just being. They were alive because she was, because this stranger was, because the silence had allowed them to become. And then more followed. Tiny trees, low shrubs, strange, smooth stones that rolled into place as if guided by instinct. A forest, not of this world but of any world. And all of it born not from command, not from force but from stillness. It was the silence growing roots. It was the first real future Lena had ever seen. And yet, the city still whispered. Not in voice, in memory. Every now and then, in her dreams, she would see flashes. Doors she didn't open, names she never said, people she didn't save. The fold had died, but the stories remained like scars. You could cut away the skin, but the phantom pain didn't always leave. She dreamed of the chapel, of the bell, of the man with no face who smiled with someone else's teeth. But when she woke, she had no fear. Because the stories couldn't reach her here. They had no anchor, no audience. Here, there was no fold, only growth. One morning, or whatever passed for it in a world with no clocks, the stranger finally spoke. Their voice was quiet and flat, like the first note of a song not yet written. Did you end it? Lena didn't answer right away. She watched a branch extend from her tree, curling toward the horizon, growing without resistance. Then she said no. The stranger nodded, satisfied. Good, they said. Endings are cruel. Stories deserve to rest, not die. Lena looked at them, truly looked, and realized she recognized nothing about their face, but everything about their presence. It was like looking into a shape the fold had never dared to draw. Were you in the city? She asked. The stranger smiled, and the space behind them twisted slightly, like a ripple in thought. I was in many cities, they said. I broke one once. With a whisper, Lena laughed. Then we're both fugitives. No, the stranger replied. We're gardeners. And Lena realized, as the forest deepened around them, that they were right. This place wasn't empty. It was growing. Because silence, when left untouched, doesn't remain still forever. It becomes the soil where real things take root. And maybe, just maybe, this wasn't the end of the story. Maybe this was the first world not told, but lived. The garden didn't grow like anything Lena had ever seen. It didn't rise in neat rows or mirror any pattern the old world had known. It wasn't symmetrical or wild. It was deliberate without design, instinctual without chaos. The trees curved in strange arcs, reaching not toward the sun, but toward one another. Vines ran along the soil in spirals, not clinging for support, but tracing gentle symbols only half formed, like forgotten languages written in roots. Nothing here demanded meaning. It simply existed. And Lena, for the first time in her life, wasn't searching for an answer beneath it all. She was just watching something become. The stranger didn't speak often, but they didn't have to. Their silence was companionable, like a pause between good lines, full of mutual understanding. They walked the edges of the garden together each day, or whatever time meant in this place, never quite retracing the same path. The ground shifted slightly with each step, not in rebellion, but in invitation. No traps. No pages folding around them. No trick mirrors. Just the soft shuffle of bare feet against living soil, and the quiet hum of growth unfolding at its own will. Lena found herself whispering aloud sometimes, not expecting a reply. Words like seeds, scattered into the windless air. What if someone else comes? She asked once, brushing her fingers across the petals of a flower that looked like an open eye. What if they bring the fold with them? The stranger turned slightly toward her, face unreadable, voice calm. Then we don't close the gate, they said. We show them where to put down their pen. Lena thought about that for a long time. Could someone corrupted by that place learn to let go? Could someone who had only ever lived inside stories survive outside of one? The fold hadn't just controlled. It had comforted. It had given people roles, paths, beginnings, and ends. And now, in this marginless world, all of that was gone. Freedom was heavier than chains. Here, you had to decide everything. But something strange began happening in the garden. It started small. A path, one that Lena hadn't walked, appeared just beyond the tree line. At first she thought it had always been there, hiding in plain sight. But the trees around it were new. Not just fresh, but made of memory. Their bark shimmered like smoke. Their branches curled in loops of forgotten moments. When she touched one, it pulsed softly, and she remembered. Not her memories, someone else's. A girl crying beside a broken radio. A man screaming in a language no longer spoken. A child tracing shapes on a wall, trying to summon someone who'd stopped existing. These weren't scenes. They were attempts. Echoes of people trying to get out. Lena turned to the stranger, who had stopped walking. They're trying to reach this place, she said. The stranger nodded, grave. Yes, but they don't know they can. Lena understood. The fold may have collapsed, but echoes of it still rang in other minds. People still trapped inside stories. Still playing their parts, waiting for someone to write them free. And now they were brushing up against the edges of this new space, not with force, but with need. She pressed her hand into the soil. It moved. The vines curled in patterns, forming something like a door. Not complete. Not permanent. A suggestion of a path. I can let them in, she said. The stranger knelt beside her. You could, they agreed. But not everyone will know what to do with this place. Not everyone will want it. The silence frightens those who've only ever known noise. Lena nodded. Then we don't open the door. We leave it ajar. And so, the garden changed again. A clearing formed near the edge, soft grass ringed with pale stones. The kind of space that felt safe, but not controlling. A place to arrive, not to be held. And from the horizon, just at the edge of knowing, came the first footsteps. Not loud, not urgent, but real. Someone had found the way. Lena didn't run to meet them. She waited, because this world wasn't about direction. It was about permission. And as the figure stepped into the clearing, a woman with eyes too tired to fear, Lena offered no explanation, no greeting, no instructions, just a place to rest. The woman collapsed to her knees, sobbing. Not from grief, but from the sheer absence of narrative. Nothing was being asked of her. She didn't have to perform or prove or pretend. She could just be. Lena knelt beside her. Here, she whispered, you don't have to be anyone. The woman looked up, tears mixing with awe. Then what do I become? And Lena smiled. Whatever grows, more came. Not all at once, not often. But they came, one by one. Quiet footsteps over open soil. People who had started to question the shape of their own story. Some had fled burning pages. Others had broken mirrors. Some arrived still bound in the language of the fold, clinging to plot lines that had dissolved around them. But the garden welcomed all of them, not with promises, not with power, with space, with stillness, with freedom. And Lena, she didn't become a leader. She didn't teach. She simply lived. And every moment she did, the garden deepened, not wider, not taller, but more rooted. A place not to escape into, but to grow from. Because now she understood something she never had when the pages closed around her back in the city. Silence isn't the absence of story. It's where new ones begin. And the garden, This strange, beautiful, wordless garden wasn't her ending. It was the pause before something true. It started as a feeling, sharp, small, like a thorn caught beneath the skin of a thought. Lena noticed it the moment she touched the newest sapling in the garden. Its leaves were wrong. Not dead, not sick, just written. Each vein traced a line of familiar handwriting, too fine to be accidental. When she bent closer, she saw the ink, real ink, curling like veins through the leaves. Words, sentences, dialogue, and her chest tightened as she read them. These weren't echoes or memories. They were fresh. Someone was writing again. Not here, not inside the garden, but outside it. Somewhere. The fold hadn't died completely. Somewhere, a hand still clutched a pen with trembling fingers, desperate to bring the old order back. This garden, for all its silence, hadn't fully escaped the reach of narrative. The page was trying to bleed its way back in, not with force, but with familiarity. A whispered return to control disguised as structure. Lena ripped the leaf from the branch. The tree shuddered. A low, pulsing H ran through the ground, rippling across the soil beneath her bare feet. The garden responded, not in fear, in defense. Vines curled tighter. Stones shifted to cover the sapling's roots. The petals of strange flowers drew inward like closed fists. The silence changed, too, less open, more watchful. Someone was testing the threshold. She called the stranger to her. They didn't ask what was wrong. They already knew. Where? They asked. I don't know, Lena replied. But they're close. Not in this place, not yet. But trying, watching. The stranger nodded and stared toward the horizon. Then we need to listen. So they waited. They didn't send scouts. They didn't build barriers. They simply listened, ears to the soil, eyes to the spaces between trees. And it came again just 3 days later. Another object in the garden. Not grown, placed. A journal, closed. Black, heavy with intent. Lena didn't open it. She didn't have to. The cover throbbed faintly in her palm, and with it came the unmistakable tug of narrative gravity, the kind of pull that once yanked entire buildings sideways and made people forget who they were. It was weak here, dulled by the nature of this place, but still present. The pen that had birthed it was out there, watching, waiting, writing. Someone's trying to write their way in, she whispered. No, said the stranger. They're trying to write you back. And that chilled Lena deeper than any cold ever had. Because it wasn't just the fold trying to claw its way back from extinction. It was someone who had survived it. Someone who missed the story, the structure, the comfort of rules. Maybe someone who never saw the fold as a prison. Someone who had watched Lena undo it all and thought, no, I want that back. Lena threw the journal into the roots of the old tree. The bark absorbed it slowly, grimacing as it digested the ink, and the garden reacted, not by shrinking, but by changing. The vines grew sharper. The silence got heavier. New arrivals entered slower, more cautious. The air itself carried a hum like static, a low vibration of something trying to narrate. And that's when Lena knew it wasn't over. She walked alone to the edge of the garden, to the clearing where the first footsteps had appeared, and waited. Not for a visitor, for a confrontation. When the figure finally arrived, she saw at once that it was not like the others. It didn't hesitate. It didn't look up in wonder or fall to its knees in relief. It walked like it owned the ground beneath its feet. A man, young, eyes too bright, clothes too clean. He carried a bag, and from it hung pages, trailing behind him like a cape stitched from unfinished thoughts. He stopped just before the garden line, smiled. You grew something, he said, voice soft and charming. That's rare. Most people destroy after what you did. Lena didn't smile back. You're not here to live. No, he agreed. I'm here to restore. And she knew him then, not by name, but by function. He was a survivor of the fold, a remnant that believed the story was safer than freedom, a zealot of structure. He wasn't evil. He was afraid. Afraid of the space between stories, the silence between thoughts. the freedom that asked people to write their own way. He reached into his bag and pulled out a page, held it up like a priest offering sacrament. I brought continuity, he said. You left so many arcs open, so many endings unwritten. Lena stepped forward. Good, she said. They weren't yours to finish. He smiled sadly. Then someone else will. That's how stories work. If there's a blank, it must be filled. She reached down and pressed her hand to the soil, and the garden answered. The vines slithered across the clearing. The trees leaned forward. The flowers bloomed backward, not attacking, not defending, rejecting. The man flinched. He tried to speak again, but no sound came. His words crumpled in his throat, as if the silence had reached inside and cut the line between his thought and its voice. Lena stepped forward again. I won't fight you, she said. Because you can't, he hissed. No, she replied. Because you don't matter here. And with that, the garden unmade his page. Not burned. Unwritten. The ink lifted off the parchment, spiraled into the air, and vanished like mist. He screamed. Not in pain, but in helpless rage, as the bag at his side sagged, his collection of false endings dissolving into nothing. He turned to run, but there was nowhere to go. The world outside the garden was still unwritten, and this place had no margins, only choices, and his choice had been to force. And so the garden did what Lena never had to. It forgot him. He didn't die. He simply ceased. No memory, no echo, no story. Just a breath in the dark that never found lungs to live in. Lena turned back to the stranger. They nodded once. It won't be the last, they said. I know. And together they walked deeper into the garden, leaving behind the empty space where a man had tried to build a cage out of story and found nothing to bind. Because here no pen ruled, only the roots. It began not with a scream, nor the crack of thunder, but with the quiet shiver of unwelcome thoughts pressing against the edges of peace. The garden didn't call it a war. Lena didn't either. That word belonged to the fold, righteous, violent, theatrical. But the stranger, ever precise, gave it its true name a return. Because not all wounds close when stitched, and not all endings stay ended. Somewhere far from the roots of this place, old stories, half dead and bleeding metaphor, were trying to drag themselves back into being. Not through violence, not even through belief, through habit. They came not as armies, but as ideas. The first of them didn't walk or speak. It floated, a concept without a body, a whisper with no speaker. Lena saw it one dawn as the vines curled away from their sleep, and the trees released the soft breath they exhaled at twilight. The air shimmered in front of her like heat, and then it shaped itself into something familiar. A man. But not. His face shifted too quickly, flipping between features like pages of a sketchbook someone couldn't finish. He smiled with lips that didn't always line up. You miss it, he said, though she hadn't asked. Miss what? She replied, already feeling her breath tighten. The structure, the clean arcs, the weight of purpose. She didn't answer. Because yes, sometimes she did. Sometimes the silence felt too wide, too soft, like falling without a floor. Sometimes she longed for the story to tell her who to be. The shape leaned closer. You could write again. Lena narrowed her eyes. And give it roots. It's not a trap, it purred. It's a path. But Lena had seen paths become chains. She had walked the city of echoes and watched freedom wither under the gaze of those who needed narrative more than truth. So she lifted her hand and placed it against the nearest tree. It responded instantly, its bark vibrating with the hum of rejection. The shape stuttered, glitched, and then, like breath fading from a mirror, it vanished. But it wasn't the only one. Over the days that followed, more came. Not people, not things. Remnants. Characters from broken fictions. Unfinished arcs. Cancelled thoughts. They gathered at the garden's edge, whispering their longings into the soil, tempting it with promises of definition. Some cried out for meaning. Others begged for closure. A few just repeated themselves over and over, desperate to be heard. And the garden began to ache. Not die. just strain. Because even silence has a weight limit, and the longing to be written can press down like grief. The roots twisted deeper, seeking ground that would not echo. The trees pulled their branches inward, and Lena, at the heart of it all, realized something terrifying. They weren't trying to attack. They were trying to be allowed in. And part of her, small, buried, but still breathing, understood them. The stranger sat beside her one night as the stars overhead bent themselves into unfamiliar patterns. "They don't mean harm," Lena said softly. "I know," the stranger answered, "but they cause it. That's the risk of nostalgia. It never asks permission to rewrite the present." Lena nodded. "If we block them out, are we any different than the fold? If we let them in, are we building it again?" And that was the question. What do you do when the enemy is not a villain, but a habit? What do you do when the war isn't fought with weapons, but with ideas that refuse to die? Lena didn't have an answer, but the garden did. One morning, where the stranger had slept, there was a circle of flowers, black petals with silver veins. Lena bent over them and saw something inside each bloom, not a story, not a character, but a choice. The garden wasn't going to fight back. It was going to offer space, but only if those who came could let go of the need to be told what to do. That was the cost. Not silence. Surrender. And so, one by one, the echoes were tested. Some approached and dropped their narratives. They shed names. Abandoned arcs. Let go of their need to be resolved. Those, the garden welcomed. They stepped into the soil like it had been waiting for them all along. They didn't disappear. They changed, became part of the quiet, added to its strength without bending it to their shape. Others refused. They clung to their identity like armor. They screamed their backstories, demanded structure. These the garden gently forgot, not violently, not cruelly, just removed them from memory. They returned to the ether they came from, unloved but not punished. Because forgetting is not always cruelty. Sometimes it's mercy. Lena stood in the middle of it all, watching the place she had grown now defend itself without walls, without war. And in that strange unfolding, she felt something ancient begin to ease in her chest. Because the real battle was never against a villain. It was against the fear of not being known. And now, people were learning that they could exist without being understood, that they didn't have to be a protagonist to be real. The inkless war ended without a final blow. No great battle, no showdown. Just a slow, mutual forgetting of things that didn't belong. The silence settled again. But it had changed, not weaker, not harder, just wiser. And Lena, as she placed her hands into the soil that now held thousands of choices, knew that what they had built was not a refuge. It was a future. By the time the first leaf turned blue, the garden had grown so large it no longer knew its own edges. It had outlived maps, stretched past language, and unspooled into places where silence bled into dreams. No one kept count of the people who arrived anymore. Some came and stayed. Some came and vanished. Some were never seen at all, only felt in the air like half-remembered tunes. Lena walked among them now not as leader, not as origin, but as someone remembered with gentle nods and soft smiles. She had stopped being the one who broke the fold. Now, she was simply someone who stayed after the end. It was on a day that didn't have a name that the ground near the northern edge shifted. Not violently. Just a subtle tilt, like the garden itself had remembered something it had once chosen to forget. A small rise in the earth cracked open, and what emerged wasn't a tree or vine or bloom. It was a door, wooden, old, painted black, with faded gold around the edges. No handle, no lock. Just standing there, alone in a field of colorless grass. Lena felt it before she saw it. A tremor not in the earth, but in her spine. She approached slowly, the way one might approach an animal that had been left in the dark too long. Her breath caught the closer she got. The air thickened, not with danger, with memory. Not hers, not the garden's, something else, something older, The stranger arrived moments later, their expression unreadable. Together, they stared at the door. It wasn't grown, Lena said. No, the stranger replied. It was buried. Lena frowned. By who? The stranger looked out over the horizon, then back to the door. By whoever built the fold, before the fold knew what it was. That sent a chill through her, because she'd spent so long believing the fold was born fully formed. A beast of pages and echoes, built on purpose. But now this door suggested something else. A beginning that had been hidden. A first step that someone had chosen to erase. She stepped closer. The door didn't hum. It didn't pull. But it watched. Not like the fold used to. There was no hunger in it. But there was awareness. Do we open it? She asked. The stranger shook their head. We listen first. So they sat. Days passed. Then weeks. The garden adjusted around the door. Flowers grew up to its base but never touched it. The grass near it shifted into perfect rings, as though marking sacred ground. People came and went, curious, but never crossed the invisible threshold that circled it. And each night, Lena heard whispers just below her thoughts, too soft to catch, but steady enough to suggest meaning. And then, one night, the door spoke. It didn't creak open. It didn't knock. It whispered a single word, remember. Lena jolted awake, not because the voice was frightening, because it was hers, her voice. But from a version of herself she didn't recognize. A self who had once stood at the edge of a great blankness and decided, foolishly, to fill it. Not with growth, but with control. The door wasn't a warning. It was a mirror. It held the memory of the moment the fold was conceived, before it had words, before it had rules, when it was just a thought, what if we never felt lost again? And someone, maybe her, maybe someone like her, had said, then we'll build a story so strong, no one can fall out of it. The door held that idea, kept it locked, until now. The garden had grown large enough, wise enough, real enough, that the door no longer needed to be buried. It had surfaced, not to tempt, but to remind. What do we do with it? The stranger asked. Lena didn't answer right away. She stood and placed her hand flat on the wood. It was warm, not welcoming, not rejecting, just waiting. I think we let it stay, she said finally. We don't open it. We don't destroy it. We remember it exists. The stranger raised an eyebrow. Isn't that dangerous? Only if we pretend it isn't there. Because forgetting, she now understood, could be as dangerous as remembering too much. The fold had happened not because people loved control, but because they feared being lost. That fear hadn't vanished. It lived in the soil, in the silences, in the pauses between the garden's breaths. But now they could face it, name it, let it exist without feeding it. So the door stayed, unopened, not hidden. Some came to sit near it, to place their own fears at its base like offerings. Others touched it and wept, not knowing why. And every so often, it whispered again. Not commands, not promises, just gentle truths. Stories are not cages. Names are not shackles. Endings are not enemies. The door became a kind of teacher, not with lessons, but with presence. A quiet reminder that anything, even something like the fold, begins with a single thought left unchecked. And Lena, she visited it often. Not to open it, to thank it. Because without that first door, without that first mistake, none of this could have happened. The silence would never have learned how to grow. The garden would never have bloomed. The war would never have been inkless. Sometimes, to truly change the world, you have to remember the one that broke it. And sometimes, the most powerful thing you can do with a door, is leave it closed. The first time Lena saw it, she thought it was a mirage. Some illusion crafted by the heatless shimmer that clung to the far edge of the garden. A building rising from the soil, shaped not like a house or temple, but something far older, more careful. It had no walls, no roof, no doors, just a skeleton of pale stone columns arranged in a wide circle, like ribs from some forgotten god left half, buried in time. In the center stood shelves, hundreds of them, rising from the ground with no visible support. They floated, suspended in still air, and each held books made of a material she couldn't name. Not paper, not wood, something else. And none of them had titles. It wasn't built by her. Not by the stranger, not by anyone they knew. It had just appeared, and the garden had accepted it. Lena approached with hesitation, each step a question. She had spent so long dismantling stories that the presence of so many bound volumes set her on edge. But the air here was different. Not heavy like the fold, not watchful, just deeply, profoundly curious. When she passed between the first columns, the ground beneath her feet shifted subtly. It wasn't stone or soil. It felt like memory, soft, warm, and echoing. The first book she touched was blank. She opened it anyway, and words appeared, not printed, not written, formed, across the page. A sentence shaped itself from the marrow of her thoughts. I used to believe silence was the same as being forgotten. She hadn't thought that in days, maybe weeks. But the page had pulled it from somewhere deep, and in return, offered her a second sentence. But silence is what stories grow from when no one is forcing them to bloom. The book was alive, not sentient, not aware in the way she understood consciousness, but responsive, and she wasn't the only one. All across the columns, others had begun to gather, people who had arrived in the garden and chosen to stay. Each stood before a different shelf, each holding their own book. Some were weeping, others smiling. A few simply sat with the book in their lap, letting the pages flutter in the windless air, each page revealing pieces of themselves they hadn't yet understood. The stranger joined her not long after. This wasn't made, they said, looking around. It was called, Lena replied, by the silence. A place where the untold stories didn't go to be buried, but to be reflected. The library was not an archive of what had been written. It was a mirror for what had been left unsaid. Every book here was unique, not authored, drawn out. A conversation between the person holding it and the parts of them they hadn't known how to name. The stories didn't instruct. They listened. And when they responded, it was with compassion, not correction. One boy, no older than 12, sat with his book open to a single page that read, "It's not your fault they needed you to be someone else." He stared at it for hours, tracing the letters with his thumb as if afraid they'd vanish. An old woman stood motionless before her shelf, her book repeating a single phrase over and over, "You were real, even when they erased you." A man who had never spoken aloud since entering the garden laughed for the first time as his book flipped to a page that simply said, "It's okay not to know how this ends." And Lena's book waited. She opened it every morning, and it said something different each time. Not advice, not prophecy, just truth she wasn't ready to say herself. And slowly, as the library grew, not with new shelves, but with deeper silences, she came to understand what it was. It was the memory of everything the fold had silenced. It had no index, no order, because it didn't need control, only presence. But then one day something changed. A man arrived with no shadow. He moved like a person who had once lived in narrative, so long he no longer knew how to breathe without plot. He walked between the columns, looking at the books not with awe, but with hunger. His fingers trailed across the shelves, leaving smudges where none had ever been. He didn't take a book. He commanded one to open. It didn't. He frowned, spoke aloud, "I demand my ending." Nothing happened. He shouted again,
"I was a hero. I deserve resolution."
Still nothing. And Lena saw the problem instantly. He hadn't come to read. He'd come to control, like the fold had taught him to. And when the library didn't answer, he did what people do when silence resists them. He tried to break it. He reached for a shelf and pulled. The wood did not splinter. The book did not fall. Instead, he did, not down, not away, inward. The shelves recoiled, not with violence, but with a rejection so pure it bent space. He collapsed into the ground as if swallowed by his own demand. A hole opened beneath him, And then there was nothing. Not death. Not punishment. Just absence. He'd tried to force the library to speak his language, and was unmade by his refusal to listen. Lena stood at the edge of the circle where he vanished. No one else moved. The books had gone still, their pages flat and silent, but not angry, just waiting. Will there be more like him? She asked the stranger, who stood across the chamber. Yes, they said. As long as people believe stories owe them something. Lena looked around at the others, reading, crying, sitting in quiet. Then we remind them, she said, that stories aren't payment. They're permission. And the library, in response, opened every book in the space at once. A windless flutter, a chorus of turning pages, and silence that sounded, for just a moment, like freedom learning how to speak. There were no maps in the garden, no boundaries, no drawn lines, no signs carved into stone. But even without borders, every place has an edge, a point where something ends, not with finality, but with breath held in anticipation. And one day, Lena found it. She hadn't been looking. The paths here twisted with a mind of their own, not cruelly, but curiously. Some led to others. Some led back to themselves. And some, like this one, unraveled into places that had not yet decided what they were. She walked for what felt like hours through groves of silent trees, each bearing leaves of shifting color. The air grew thin, not cold, but clear, as though the garden itself were pulling away the last threads of narrative clinging to her skin. Then, the path stopped. Not abruptly, not with warning. It simply ended, and beyond it was the edge. Not a cliff, not an abyss. Just white, not blot light. Just a place where nothing had yet been asked to exist. It pulsed, faintly, like the moment before a word is spoken. She stood at the edge for a long time, unsure if she should speak. It didn't ask anything of her. It didn't tempt her forward. It only waited. And it had been waiting a long, long time. She sat down at the border, her feet just barely touching the whiteness. It didn't feel empty. It felt patient. A canvas that had seen 1,000 brushes, but refused to claim a single stroke until someone came without demand. Then came the whisper, not from the edge, but from the memory inside her, the one she thought she'd buried under growth and silence. You don't have to go further, it was her voice. But younger, before the garden, before the fold, before she understood that stories could be prisons wearing masks made of meaning. You can rest here, the voice said again, quiet, familiar, tired. And for a moment, she almost agreed. Because hadn't she earned rest? Hadn't she walked through terror, through collapse? Through the war with no blood but too much loss? Hadn't she survived the fold not once, but 1,000 times? In every person who came into the garden trying to be written. But the edge didn't ask if she was tired. It just waited. Not an invitation. Not a threat. Just the possibility of what came next. The stranger arrived, quiet as ever, and sat beside her. Neither of them spoke for a while. Finally, Lena asked, "Is this the end?" The stranger shook their head. "There are no endings here." "Then what is this?" The stranger looked out over the white and said, "This is the place where we stop writing." And Lena understood. The garden had been a sanctuary, a space to heal, to unlearn, to let silence grow again where control had once spread like rot. But even peace, if held too long, becomes stillness. Even sanctuary, if never left, becomes a new kind of cage. The edge wasn't death. It wasn't return. It was what happens when you stop needing a story at all. She had thought the fold was her greatest enemy, the force she had to defeat to be free. But the real challenge had always been quieter. It was letting go of the need to be known, to be witnessed, to be written. Beyond the edge was not a new story. It was the absence of story. Not blank, just free. The stranger stood first. "I won't follow," they said. "My place is here." Lena nodded. "Because you never wanted to leave," they smiled. "Because someone must stay, in case others still need to arrive." She took their hand once more, held it tightly, then stepped into the white. There was no rush, no shock, no scream. Just a soft release, like slipping beneath warm water, like forgetting a name you no longer needed to answer to. She felt her thoughts quiet, not vanish, her body blur, not fade, and her heart, for the first time in her life, beat without being part of a plot. There was nothing here, and in that nothing, everything could be. Not told, not written, lived. As Lena passed beyond the edge, she did not vanish. She simply became unwritten, not lost, not forgotten, just free. They waited for her to return, for days, maybe weeks, though time didn't pass in the garden the way it did in stories. A few gathered quietly near the edge, where the whiteness still pulsed like breath, slow and steady, neither calling nor warning. It had not closed behind her. It didn't seal itself shut like a trap or doorway. It remained as it had always been, patient without need. A place beyond names, beyond narrative, beyond even silence. A place where the story didn't follow. Lena had stepped through it, and she had not come back. The stranger stayed by the threshold not out of duty or hope, but because somebody needed to remember. Not the story, not the person, but the choice. The moment a soul turned away from being understood and chose instead to simply exist, unshaped by perception. The garden pulsed gently in response, not mourning, not celebrating, just continuing. It had grown from her, yes, it had carried her silence and her wounds. But now it no longer belonged to her. It belonged to those who had chosen to stay, and to those still finding their way. And people did keep coming, not as floods, not as pilgrims, quietly, carefully. A young girl who no longer believed she had to be a daughter. A man who had never spoken aloud because he feared the sound of his own voice bending into someone else's story. A child who drew shapes in the air, untranslatable but true. They didn't come for salvation. They came because something in them had tired of being told. And the garden gave them nothing. Except space. It didn't name them. It didn't heal them. It gave them a place to stop pretending they knew who they were supposed to be. At the library, pages still turned themselves gently, still pulled truths from people like threads. But no one read to be fixed anymore. They read because it helped them feel seen, not interpreted. And the shelves, in their floating circle of quiet memory, had grown a little taller. Not because someone had added more, but because the people who stayed had become more ready. The door, the forgotten door Lena had once unearthed, still stood in its ring of black flowers. It no longer whispered. It didn't need to. It had become part of the place now, a monument to what had once almost claimed the world through story. People touched it sometimes. Not to open it, but to feel the past without letting it hold them. And above it all, the garden kept growing, not outward, but inward, deeper, roots pressing into the ground like questions with no demand for answers. Still, some would ask, quietly, where did she go? No one could say for sure. Some believed she had become part of the white space, not a figure or a myth, but a presence. A kind of pause left behind in every open space. A breath before a sentence that never needed to be spoken. Others believed she had returned to herself. Not Lena, the breaker of the fold, not the one who had freed the world from stories, but Lena, the person, stripped of expectation, outside narrative, outside memory. Some believed she hadn't left at all, that she was the garden now, pulsing in every root, every curve of bark, every silent wind. But the truth, it didn't matter, because this was never a story about Lena. It was a story about leaving the story. It was about what happens when you stop needing to be the protagonist, when you stop forcing plot onto every moment, when you choose to step beyond the hunger to be seen, to be understood, to be remembered. Lena didn't vanish. She became the place where no one has to be anyone. And in her absence, others learned to make choices without applause. They learned that silence isn't the absence of sound, but the space where true things grow. That identity isn't a script, but something that unfolds without permission or reason. That you can live a whole life, never being written and still be real. At the edge, the whiteness still waits. Not asking, not calling, just there. A promise that no matter how tightly the world tries to name you, there is always somewhere else to go. Where the story doesn't follow, where no one watches, where being is enough. And in that quiet, in that impossible freedom, something new begins. Not a tale, not a twist, just a breath, and a world without endings.